Please find your seats. It is 0900. The meeting will begin. Please find your seats. Try now. There we go. Welcome to Garrett County. Beautiful and a sunny, snowy day. And it's just wonderful to be in Mountain, Maryland. Okay, at this time, Pastor John? Pastor Harry.
Let us pray. Our Lord and our God, we thank you for your mercy and your grace over us. Father, we thank you for the traveling mercies that you've given us, and we thank you for the hospitality of Grantsville as we've come together to this executive meeting. Lord, we ask your blessings over our meeting, our deliberations, the discussions, the decisions, and the reports. We ask especially for healing and mercies upon those that need a touch of you. Touch of your healing hand for just their health, their spiritual health, their mental health. We ask you mercies upon all who are struggling. Father, we just give you praise and thanks for all things, and we just watch over us as we discuss the business of these 2 days. Give you praise and thanks. Amen. Pledge of the flag. Allegiance.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have 2 cards here I would like to pass around the room for Phil Herlock. He was in the hospital yesterday. He's home now, but I'd just like to have everyone sign the cards today and tomorrow, and I'll mail them out when I get back home, just to let them know we're thinking about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, at this time, Chris would like to explain. We have some changes in our sound system and our equipment. And Chris, the floor is yours.
Hello. All right. So I appreciate y'all's patience. And we've made some upgrades to the audio system, so the microphones are all brand new. They're a little more sensitive than the other ones, so you don't have to hold it nearly as close to your mouth. But like in most we're all in the fire service, so we're going to have a little training this morning. So as you can see, the display on the front of the microphone, there's a number and a light. Green light means it's hot. A red light means it's mute. On the bottom of the microphone that mutes and unmutes it. They all should be on. It's a quick little push. Now it's not. Does everybody understand? We good? These microphones up here should be on all the time. Like I said, they're a little more sensitive, so I'm working with the feedback and with the help of Steve and Todd, from Grantsville. They've been helping me out here, so I appreciate your patience, but thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris, and thank you all for your hard work, you and Richard and the whole AV crew that takes care of this every meeting. Okay, opening remarks, President Smothers, welcome us.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Grantsville in the springtime. And if you hadn't had the Four Seasons if you came up the road yesterday, we've had the 4 seasons. So we've had sun, we've had rain, we've had hail, we've had snow, and we're still looking for spring out here. And snow plows were out and salting the road, so glad everybody made it here safely. So again, this is my last executive board meeting, and Chip leading the helm over here. So I just want to say, before we get started, Chip, thank you for jumping on with me and helping me this past year, and there's more to come yet. So we're not running for the door, but I want to thank everybody for their participation so far. Just a couple housekeeping items. I want to introduce Richard Coons. Richard is out here. Where's he at? So if I can get Richard, okay, all right, there he's sitting up here. If I can get Richard and Parish President Kurtz, I need the executive board to approve his appointment as one of our incoming assistant secretaries. And if I can get these 2 gentlemen come up, or where you want to do it, out front, or okay?
Okay, you
but
have
the
a
board's
motion
got to take an action.
Motion to accept the appointments. Roger, Randy, second. All in favor, signify saying aye. Opposed, nay. Mr. President, they're all yours.
Richard, you can stand up right there. That would be fine. Come forward. Please raise your right hand, repeating after me, using your name in place of mine. I, Ben Kurtz, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution and bylaws of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. I shall faithfully carry out the duties of the office to which I've been appointed. Upon completion of my term, I will turn over all records and equipment to my duly appointed successor. I will do my utmost to preserve, protect, and promote the Maryland State Firemen's Association. So help me God. Congratulations.
Richard, thank you for taking that on, and glad to have you. As I said, welcome to Grantsville, and have one of their company representatives, Steve Smith, for our welcome for Grantsville, and he is one of his town officials that he'd like to introduce as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Smith. I'm the fire chief here at Grantsville. I want to welcome everyone here to the Grantsville Volunteer Fire Department. We moved to this facility in 2008, but we didn't get this part of construction started until 2018, and we were able to start utilizing it in 2022, and we're still trying to finish up a few things. One's been parking. Out here, if you've noticed, the weather's kind of held us up with that. We should have had that taken care of already, but the weather, as you can see, has kind of held us up from that. But us as a fire department, we're a very small fire department. We were very excited to be offered the opportunity to host the Maryland State Firemen's Association, your executive committee here this weekend. If there's anything that we can do for you, some of us will be around today. Feel free to tour our facilities at any time. We welcome you here. We're glad you're here, and we're glad for the work that the MSFA has been able to do for everyone in fire and EMS in the state of Maryland. Today we have former Senator George Edwards here today, who's a Grantsville resident. He's also back to his roots on the Grantsville Town Council. We asked him to come here today to give a little welcome to the town of Grantsville in Garrett County.
Thanks, Steve. I'm actually the third place in this. My son's a commissioner. They asked him to do it. He had another meeting. My daughter-in-law's the mayor. She had another meeting. So they asked me if I'd do it, and I said, well, I might as well do it. So on behalf of the town of Grantsville and Garrett County as a whole, I want to welcome you here today. Welcome you to winter. Those of you who haven't been here, we're back into winter here. And a lot of times I speak to people, and I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time. I do a quiz. So I'm going to do a quiz with you all. There's an old gentleman one time told me there's only 1 month that's never snowed in Garrett County. So I'd ask you to think about that, and I'll get back to that in a second. I can't speak enough about the Grantsville Fire Department. You see what they did here, and this is not a large company. This is input from a lot of different organizations to help them get this completed. Now they can do a lot of functions here. This is a place where if 68 gets blocked off, people can't travel, they can come here and spend time here till everything's in place. The fire company here keeps very busy, mainly because of 68. I mean, I've sat at the house, which is down there a little ways, and I know sometimes during the day they get called out 3-4 times a day. And they do have some young people coming in, which is great, and they're just a tremendous part of the town. Now, Grantsville's poised, you come back the next time, whatever that might be, we're working on 2 major housing projects here, one down here and one over there. So town's going to grow, a lot of things going on in the business park out here. So come back when you can spend a little more time and see what all we do have here. So with that, again, welcome. If I can ever be of any help to you. I used to say, look me up in the phone book, but they don't make them anymore, so you can't look me up in the phone book. Now I'll get back to my quiz. How many of you think it's June? 1. How many think July? 2. August? Looks like August wins out. I did this one time, and some guy sitting in the back who was a DNR officer for like 30 years up here or something like that, he said, yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. The guy told me it was August. And he said, nope. He said, I was out on P Ridge, and he named the date and what he was doing, and he said it snowed. I said, well, that shoots out there. It snows every month in Garrett County. But don't worry. We got the best snow crews in the world. We'll get you in, and we'll get you out. Have a good time. Spend a good time here. Good luck to all of you. I've worked with a lot of you in Annapolis when I was there. Matter of fact, my staff scheduled your room for your get-together down there for the 16 years I was in the Senate. And we enjoyed doing that. And I know you all had good turnouts at that, and I appreciate working with a lot of you on issues. So, again, keep up the good work. Again, if I can help you, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Chip, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to Grantsville. And when I walked in the door, Chief Smith says, "You're Chip Jewell, right?" He was in communications up here when I was in communications, so goes back a little ways to our old center. So great to see you, Steve. Okay, Second Vice President Charlie Simpson, would you like to introduce our guest, please?
Be nice. Okay. I got to bring it down a little bit. It's sensitive, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Willis, today it's a good day for, I guess, everybody to get out. We've got a good group of guests and officers and all in attendance. Have President Eric Smothers, First Vice President Skip Carey, Second Vice President myself, our Secretary Doyle Cox. We have our Financial Secretary Mitch Vogt. We have our Chief Chaplain John Long. The trustees, we have our Trustee Chairman Doug Alexander. We have Trustee Robbie Blackston. Have our attorney Mike Farlow. And Parliamentarian Ken Bush. Past presidents. Past president 2022-2023, Ben Kurtz. 2021-2022, Joel McCrae. 2017 to 2018, Mark Bilger. 2012-2013, John Denver. 2010-2011, Doyle Cox. From 2002 to 2003, Gene Worthington. 2000 to 2001, Roger Stager. From 1996 to 1997, Stephen Cox. Our senior past president present is Robert P. Cumberland, 1987-1988. Members of the executive committee present, Chairman Chip Jewell, Vice Chair Roger Stager, past president, Mark Bilger, past president, Bill Faust, Ron Block, Steve Cox, past president, Bob Phillips, Tim Dayton, Lee Lutz, Randy Smith, Buddy Sutton, Ben Kurtz, past president. We have our executive director, Kate Lovelace, and assistant, Lynn Hawkins. From our auxiliary, we have President Gene Main and Junior Vice President Joan Kramer. I believe that covers everybody, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Second Vice President. Okay, at this time, are there any individuals who have never been to an MSFA Executive Committee meeting? Any new members that are here for the very first time? We'd certainly like to welcome you and introduce you. Seeing or hearing none, it's up to us to go out and recruit people. This is called the Gene Worthington method. Gene started this back when he was president, and I think it's a great idea that we encourage new people here. When they do arrive, we welcome them and acknowledge them as being a part of our service. Okay, officers report. President Smothers.
Well, good morning again, and I've uploaded my report, but I don't see it yet, so I'll give you some of the highlights. One, we're in the process of getting geared up for Ocean City, so all that is in the works. So I know we'll see a good many of you folks there as we get ready and get geared up for that. So we're in high swing for that. As I said in the beginning, this is my last executive board meeting, and I really want to take the time to not only thank Chip again as being the chair, but also the executive board members who stepped up and took a willingness to sit in their prospective regions and counties around the state, as well as our members for our committees, our chairmen and women. We have a lot of moving parts that go along with us. And I also want to say a thank you to the MSFA partners. The partnership that we have within MSP or MSFA really makes us work. And I think that really showed this year in Annapolis. I'm not going to steal Bob's thunder, but Sine Die is coming up on Monday, and a lot of the initiatives that we have asked for are going to be moving forward. MSOF, that's going to be secure for the next couple of years. We were able to get the light bill for our fire police approved here within the last couple days. A lot of cancer initiatives and things that were supportive of our fire service. So we're moving in the right direction, and I really have to say thank you to the legislative group and Chief Phillips for making that work, and Teresa with the fire marshals meetings during the weekend or during the Fridays, and really kept everybody informed and everybody was engaged. And first time in many years we are going to have a successful outcome. And I really have to thank our legislators this year for the hard work, and being engaging with us in Annapolis. So a lot more to come, as you'll hear from Chief Phillips when he gets to the legislative report. So as we're moving forward, we'll talk a little bit about some of the changes that are coming up in EMS. That's going to be a hot topic, I think, today. Just know that MSFA is fully engaged in the process of the changes. I know folks keep trying to finger point of different items, and I don't want to get into that right now. But know that we're working to try to make it better for our providers and not harder. Our recruitment and retention efforts are paying off across the state. As I've traveled around and spoken to many department members, the word's kind of getting out, which is a good thing. We still need to be responsive to the departments, and I think we're doing a good job there, especially with our SAFER grant. That also is very, very helpful. We have money. I know some of our budget guys don't like hear me say that, but we have money in our SAFER grant that will allow you to advertise your department. Last year we gave over 65 tents to different departments across the state of Maryland. I think this year we're up to 22 or 25 so far. I'd like to see if we can make that again another 65 departments to really highlight who you are and what you do when you're out here doing public events and stuff, and that's how we get. But we also have to have our chiefs of the departments, our presidents of the department being engaged there too. One of the things I have not gotten to yet this year is to kind of have an open forum with the chiefs and presidents, but my vice presidents know that's an item that needs to be addressed. So if I don't get it completed, I'm certainly sure these two gentlemen will come next year or toward the end of the year. So we still have time. So we're looking at trying to address that. So we want to just hear the issues that folks are having to see how we can continue to be helpful. One of the things I think we really need to pay attention to is the OSHA regulation standards coming. You're going to hear a lot about that too. That could be very devastating to not only the departments here in Maryland, but across this country. Depending on what they do and how those regulations pan out, that could really close about 97% of the fire department's career and volunteer across the United States. That's how, when that comes into law, you'd have to follow the letter of the law to those. And I can tell you that MSFA is fully engaged with those discussions. We've had almost bi-weekly discussions with OSHA and MOSH here in Maryland. And I get it. They want to mitigate the fire deaths that we've had across the state. But at what cost? We're already following a lot of the NFPA regulations and guidelines, and our men and women across the state are doing an excellent job. But that means for example, if you were a county fire department, OSHA might come out and give you a citation. But if you're an independent fire department like Grantsville or Brunswick Ambulance Rescue or Pittsville, not only would you get the citation, but you would get a fine with that. How many fines would a department be able to get before, they have to close their doors? And we're trying to prevent that. They would also look at your training. They would also look at if folks are doing physicals on a biannual or annual basis. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I really think that folks really need to pay attention to that going forward. And I can tell you that we are very much engaged with that. So with that, I'll leave it go with that. You can see my report online because a lot of these topics will get brought up today, so I don't really want to get into them while I'm standing up here. But again, thank you for your help and support over my term. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Skip Carey.
Good morning. My report's filed electronically. It's a very limited report this time. I spent most of the time since Pocomoke in getting my knee, getting a new knee, and then getting it to work well. But everything's working well now, so we're starting back. Like the president said, the last 2 years I've been very fortunate. I've worked under Ben. Now I'm working under Eric. They've been great educators. They've taught me a lot about what to do, how to do, plus all of my other friends here. There's a lot to be done. And this organization is one of the unique organizations in the fact that even though we are so spread out and so diversified, we work together to accomplish something for the good of the citizens of the state of Maryland. And that's unique. But that can't be done without you all, because the Maryland State Firemen's Association is not these gentlemen sitting up here, nor us three here, nor the ladies. It's you. It's the individual companies and the members in the individual companies. And that's what makes it work. That's what makes it great. I beg you to continue this work next year when I hopefully in June will be elected president. I have found out since Westminster that I am running for president, not vice president or not guard in the ladies auxiliary, but actually president. So I solicit your vote. I look forward to working with Charlie, and I hope with the gentleman sitting out in the audience is going to announce that he's running today for us to achieve what Eric has started, following what Ben started, and following every past president that's been named here on down. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to work for you. The last 2 years have been a tremendous education, but most importantly, they have been a great time and a good friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. First Vice President. Second Vice President, and if you would, sir, I believe you missed the introduction of the partner while you're up there, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're a little step ahead of me there. Do want to add our partners that are in attendance today and introduce those. We have with us Director Michael Cox from the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute. We have Dr. Theodore Delbridge from the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services. Also, we have with us from the DNR Forestry Service, Chris Robertson. And from MDEM, we have Tom Brown, the regional representative. So Mr. Chairman and members of the Executive Committee all, my report is filed electronically and has been submitted previously. But I first want to thank everybody that has assisted me and provided support during my medical issues. I think particularly one of the big things that's been a big advantage is our past president, vice chair of the Executive Committee, Roger Steger, and our first vice president offered me their can of WD-40 that they've been using for the past month and a half with their knee surgeries. Fortunately, my hip is being replaced Wednesday, supposedly, and I think I should be back in all good order soon after that. So thank all those that have given me the assistance. One of the big things is that I've learned this year in following both Eric and our first vice president, the amount of activity, the amount of work that goes on within this association. I've been involved in various areas of the association for, I guess, 40 years. And it's unbelievable. I find I'm still learning. And Chief Phillips, wow, you know, what a group you have with that legislative group this year. Fantastic work, and so much. But not just that committee, but every committee that we have and the amount of work that our officers do. It's absolutely fantastic. One of the big things that I'm going to push, I do push, is our going out and telling the public who we are. We're volunteers. We do this for nothing, right? That's what we do it because we want to. We like to go out and help people. And I think we need to make a bigger effort in getting that information out there. I see that in many cases that information is being passed on by our career departments and so on like that of what they do. But fairly often you don't see anything that relates to the volunteers. And I think we need to get the public back on board. They've had a couple years where they didn't see us, not as much as they should have. They didn't hear about us. And I think the big thing is let's get the volunteer word back out. So that's what I have to say. It's been a pleasure working with these gentlemen, working with everybody here to this point, and I hope to continue my travels with this association on board and moving forward. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Charlie, and our thoughts will be with you. Hopefully successful surgery. The Executive Director's report, Kate and Lynn.
Can you hear me? Okay. Chairman Jewell, members of the committee and guests, good morning. Greetings to all from the Crofton office staff. I have obviously with me Lynn Hawkins, for those in the audience who, well, you all know who she is, but we also have the Western Maryland Regional Safer Coordinator, Nicole Stottlemyre, is also here with us today. If you have any questions on anything for Safer that's been going on in Western Maryland, she will be here through lunch today, so feel free to stop by and have a chat with Nicole. The past 2 months have been busy ones as we work through Safer projects, numerous convention updates, activities, committee meetings, trainings, and travel. Thought somebody called me, sorry. My report has been filed electronically. I'll just highlight some of the pieces on here. The weekly reports, I hope everyone is receiving the weekly reports. If not, or if you'd like to add other individuals to receive them, please let me know, put you on the email. We feel that it's useful. We're hoping it's getting down to the people that need to see it. So your help with disseminating that information to your county and department contacts is greatly appreciated. If you have anything to add to the report, please let me know by the Thursday of each week. For Safer has been moving steadily along. The website refresh is just around the corner. When reviewing the pieces of the the contents of the websites, they were tasked with a huge ask. They had to go in and organize all of the data and all the content that's been put on that website for the past 6 years. There was an overwhelming amount of redundant content and content that was updated in certain sections and not updated in other sections, so it's been a little bit of a tedious process to get that all up and organized. I did send some links to share to the IT team this past week, so they are in the process of looking over some of those links to make sure things are progressing along as expected. I've also reviewed and sent over any necessary R&R changes to Chairman Dayton, so he's also going to be looking at those to make sure that those are up to what he expects for his recruitment and retention pieces on the MarylandVolunteer.org website as well. The RRO class is moving along. We did have the first one in Maryland, Southern Maryland, sorry, at La Plata. It was not well attended. We were a little disappointed with the numbers that proved out for that particular class. We know we were competing with the Fire and Life Safety Conference, so we're hoping that the other offerings will be more well attended. The limit is 24 people per class. The whole point of that is to have a more intimate learning experience rather than just having a whole big group of people, and it's going to be strategically curtailed to each region, so that's the whole point of having a smaller class. The next one is next weekend out here in Allegheny. We would like, hopefully, some more attendees, or it will be subject to be rescheduled, because there is a certain amount that we need to at least have in the class for the instructors to come out to provide the training. So if there's people out in Western Maryland that want to attend the training, please let Nicole know. We do have the flyers over at the desk, and if you have any if you need any assistance registering, please let us know. In the report, I've listed the remaining classes that we are offering: Northeastern, Upper Eastern Shore, Lower Eastern Shore, the Northern region up in Frederick County, and as well as the Mid-region in Miffrey College Park. Please encourage your members to attend. Even if their recruitment efforts are being successful, have them come, have them network with the people that are there, share their success stories, and hopefully we'll have some successful and full classes for the remaining of the year. President Smothers touched on the event marketing materials. We have 36 departments now out of the second round of 65 that have signed up to take part in this program. The items are very good quality. People have been sharing their setups that as they've received them on social medias, and I think the program's been going along very well. We will probably have a third round because it's been so successful. This one particularly runs through April 15th. We will extend to the 30th if there's a few that still need to get some orders in. Please be reminded that the contact information for your MarylandVolunteer.org profile must be confirmed before you get the shopping link, so please don't order through the vendor directly without doing that first. The whole point is that we're updating our database for recruitment and retention so that we can push information out to all of the recruiters that are on those profiles. And if there are no profiles for that department, they will be asked to create one in order to participate in the program.
No, and what Kate just said about the departments, because that comes back to MarylandVolunteer.org. I'm going to jump in here for 2 seconds. We're trying to help the departments. So the very first class, we had 6 people, 6 departments. We're investing a lot of money in SAFER to help folks do recruitment and retention. So it shouldn't be very hard to have people send at least one person, even if they're not the recruiter, to one of these trainings in the areas that they're in. We have enough of them. So, we're investing money in you, just like we're doing for the tents and stuff. So we can only do so much. It really comes back to the departments at their level to be willing to help themselves. So the money and time invested here to try to help departments, they've got to take ownership of what they do sometimes, especially the MarylandVolunteer.org. We've asked folks to update their company websites. So in order to get the tent from us, you need to make sure that the links work for your home department or you don't get the tent. So it's kind of like quid pro quo. We need a little something from you in order to get something from us. And that's the way that's going to work. So if you're not updated, you will not get the tent. So make sure that your stuff is up to date. So I would ask the executive board members to take that back home to their departments to make sure that that's taken care of.
Thank you. Well, we've been pretty successful with getting the MarylandVolunteer.org profiles up to date and corrected. We've probably done about, I would say, 30 to 40% of the profiles that have been needing changes. And a lot of the departments actually didn't know they had a profile, so it was nice for them to be able to go in and see what they had and look at the information and update it and make sure that those leads are going to the correct individuals. Roadside marketing, we've contracted a second round of the regional roadside marketing. The one that has been out on the western portion of the state will be wrapping up this week. I said that it started last week, but when I went back through my notes, that one is wrapping up this week. The second round of 10 locations on the Eastern Shore actually starts on Monday. We did see, I believe it was a 12% increase in leads having those roadside marketing up, so we're going to look and see if we're comparable to that for this round, or if it's a little less, then we might not revisit that for next year. The CTE and cadet materials, we've had a couple of additional departments reach out to participate in receiving that free material. I'd like to thank the staff at Miffrey College Park. They've been the ones that basically have been going in and creating the materials for the departments and working with them directly to get their items updated. Travel reimbursements, we are going to be utilizing SAFER funds this year to provide an opportunity for up to 10 individuals to apply for travel reimbursements to attend the IAFC VCAS Symposium in the Sun in November. So more to come on that. We'll send out a link to register. There'll be certain criteria that the individual will have to meet, and as far as, you know, after like an action item report afterwards that they'll have to submit once they return to get reimbursed. We may extend this to FDIC in Indianapolis in April as well. So depending on what the turnout is for VCAS, and we'll see if we're going to offer another travel stipend in the beginning of next year. The rest of my report is all conventions, so I'll wait until tomorrow unless anybody has anything specific. Any questions regarding the first part of the report? Past President Bilger.
I guess it has to do a little with your report, but the association is a 501c3, but I don't see anything about that on our website promoting that we are a 501c3, and if people were to donate to us, it would be a tax write-off for them. So I don't know if there's something that you or the marketing or the attorney could do something with the website to identify our tax status and again promote that we are that. And then the other thing is every year the state of Maryland does a Maryland charity campaign, and we would be able to get money donated by state employees if we were on the rolls as a member of the charity campaign. So again, I would suggest or make a recommendation that we look into filling out the paperwork and becoming part of that group. So again, we can receive donations from employees in Maryland. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I'll get with Attorney Farlow and see what verbiage we have to put up on the website and make sure that that's, you know, or we ask the web team to create some kind of donate button, or however that will work. We'll make sure we get that up and running. Any other questions? Any questions for Lynn?
Lynn, you have anything? You're so tall. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thank
y'all
you so
very
much.
Secretary's report. Vice President Secretary Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My report was sent electronically and should be on file. Just to bring you up to date, as far as the credentials, at the present time we have a total of 251 companies that have submitted their credentials. And as you see in my report, with the volunteers responded and non-volunteers, I give you some numbers and the total volunteers, but that is incorrect because I've received additional reports since this was printed, and that'll be updated as we go down the road. Just a reminder, when you're talking to your companies out there that have not submitted their reports, the delegate and the alternate can only serve one company. I've had several companies submit the credentials, and sure enough, same member is serving on 2 different companies or 3 different companies. Now, I've sent letters to these and requesting that they correct this. If they do not, when we go to Ocean City for the the Sunday morning executive committee meeting, I'm going to ask that those companies be suspended or placed on where they cannot vote. Then after the election is over with, then they can do this. So until it's corrected, and Chip, you got a question on your mind.
All right, are you saying the company cannot vote or that individual cannot vote? That's a big difference.
I've sent a letter to the company and the individual indicating that they cannot serve as a delegate on two different companies' credentials. They need to make the correction, resubmit it, so they're going to have it on file that they only represent one company.
Okay, but come for voting, if that's not the individual that votes.
Yeah, but that throws if you look at it, that throws the whole company in jeopardy. If they got two members, or rather, if they have a member that's serving on two different companies.
Right,
Give one vote for each.
votes.
Right.
So we would still, so they would not vote at all. They wouldn't get 4 votes. They wouldn't vote at all.
That would be my opinion on it. And that would be up to the attorney or parliamentarian to.
Okay, we'll discuss with the parliamentarian attorney. 'Cause I see the issue. I'm just not sure. If
Right. In the past, this is what we've done.
Okay.
Right. So, anyway. And I hope to have it corrected. Some of them have corrected so far, but I've got others out there that they're holding. The first mail out has been completed. Each department received a mail out, plus each one of you received an electronic copy of the convention information, awards information. So there'll be another mail out coming out, which should be completed by the 28th of this month. And this will be the information on the voting, the 2 changes to the bylaws. Just a reminder, I believe the president talked about this, was that the recognition of companies 75, 100, 150th, so on. If you know of a company, please get it to us in advance so that the proper recognition can be prepared and presented. I know I have on the desk right now information for one, I think it's in September coming up. So committee chairs, submit your reports electronically. The directory, we're starting to work on the directory for next year. If your name has changed, your email address, your phone number, your address, or whatever has changed from this year's directory, please stop by the secretary's desk and make the corrections and they copy it back there if you know of any changes in it.
Doyle, for the committee reports for the convention program book, they still come to you?
No, they go directly to Jenny Wilhite.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Right. Okay, any other questions? If not,
No?
that is my report.
Do we have any minutes to approve?
No, they will be prepared and
Ocean
ready
City.
to go for Ocean City.
Ocean City, very good.
Right.
Any other questions for the secretary? Thank you, Doyle. Chaplain.
report back to us. Jeff Clements, our vice chairman, is working on getting our past files on the server. He's preparing in some way. I didn't get to talk to him extensively about what he has in progress, but he is working on that progress. And our secretary, Tommy Mattingly, is working on the computer that we have now to try to get it lined up and ready to go. Fortunately, there's been little activity for the trustees over the last couple of months. We did initiate contact with the legislative folks in Annapolis reference to House Bill 1389. In its original form, it did not affect the trustees in any way or the funding. However, with the proposed amendments that were offered in the Appropriations Committee hearings, if passed, would have placed a tremendous burden on the trustees and our funding. The trustees, number one, are not trained investigators. Number two, we have no medical professionals to consult, and our funding would not have lasted more than about 1.5 to 2 years in its current state. If all these PTSD cases were thrown upon us for line of duty injuries or line of duty death, for us to investigate and mitigate, we would be out of business. Like I say, we're not trained or funded to handle these cases. The original proposed bill placed all the claims in the annotated code, the hands of the Department of Public Safety and Corrections under Section 1202 of the annotated code. The proposed amendments prepared by the Department of Legislative Services added on the MSFA 7-202 as one who will pay, I quote, benefits to the mentally or physically incapacitated members. If the injury is likely to be permanent, the member should be retired, which means we will have to make a monthly payment to those folks from the treasury of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. Fortunately, this bill never got out of committee and is done and over with, and I'd like to thank Chairman Phillips, who jumped right on this when we fired an email down to him. He got to the delegate and I think got straightened out because obviously it didn't go anywhere. So again, Bob, we really thank you for your diligence on that. That's about it for the Executive Committee. We certainly thank the officers and the Executive Committee for their support this year. Fortunately, we've had a little bit of a slow year, thank goodness. Knock on wood somewhere, somebody. And we're looking forward to moving forward in the future next year.
Doug, on the appeals board, I know we had that several years ago. Is that something that gets appointed every year, or is that something that was appointed as needed? And wasn't the appointment by positions, not by people?
In most cases, it was then. That thing has never really been written out. That was thrown together when we had those two appeals fired at us, 3, 4, 5 years ago, whatever it was.
I remember.
And we were supposed to have, like you said, positions were supposed to be lined up. Never happened.
So that has not been done.
Yeah, it never has happened.
Thank you.
That's something we need to probably think about and get working by convention or maybe right after the convention, have our new committees ready to go.
Okay, and congratulate you and the committee for all the work this past year. I know a lot of positive movement, bringing things up to date, accuracy, making sure that things were available and data available. Congratulations to you and the committee for a very successful year, and thank you for your many years of service on the committee, Doug. I know that you'll be stepping down this year. Certainly, as a personal friend, I thank you for that, but what you've done for the MSFA and the trustees in service is commendable, so thank you for your service.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to realize that thank you. Also, I'd like to recognize Robbie Blackston's here. He's the other trustee that was available today. Teresa Collins, as most of you know, Patty Thompson has been in the hospital with re-diagnosis of cancer, and Teresa couldn't make it today. They just got Patty out to a care facility yesterday, so she couldn't make it today. Tommy Mattingly is tied up with, he's getting ready to leave for vacation in Mexico. So he didn't want to make the trip clean out here. He said he'd rather go to Mexico. So, and then he's got to go to FDIC. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't want to take a chance of snow. So, but yeah, all that's. Robbie's here. We'll be here at least ways till lunchtime. If anybody has any questions or anything they'd like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Attorney's report, and be followed by parliamentarian. I believe. Oh, I'm sorry, Kate.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Is this on? Can't tell. Can't hear. It's on, right? I don't know. Hello? Is that better? Okay. Oh, I also wanted to just mention that we do have Stephen Jenkins here, who is our Safer Marketing Coordinator. So he will be going around taking pictures if you see him kind of going around and doing his thing. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that Stephen was here, and thank you for being here, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen. Mr. Farlow.
Good morning, and in reference to the senator's comments earlier about there being snow in Garrett County, every month of the year I come from Worcester County, where there can be entire years where we go without snow. So it's nice to see some of the white stuff on the ground and have a chance to actually drive in it for a change. I have provided Kate with the information, the language that past President Bilger requested for the 501c3 status to put on the web page. Kate has indicated that she's going to ask the web team to put a donate button on, and the receipt will go out to anybody that donates so that they've got that for their records so that they can have that contribution there. That may bring in some good money. It's a great suggestion. Other than that, yeah. Other than that, I just want to point out there's been a slight uptick in the number of people requesting wills from the Wills for Heroes program. Those wills, last I knew, were available on the webpage so that people can just download those. But if folks get in contact with me, I send them a packet with fillable will. They can just fill in the blanks as well as powers of attorney. So it's a great program. Just mention it to your members and have them get in touch with me or get those forms off of the webpage so that they can get those. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet on my end the past couple of months. Any questions?
Any questions for the attorney?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Parliamentarian, and I believe you're also going to do the fire marshal's report, Ken? Okay, that's good because that's the very next thing. So after that, we'll have the State Fire Pension Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Executive Committee. For the parliamentarian report, unlike Richard Brooks, I have nothing to say. So I have no formal report to provide other than be here to provide assistance as needed on issues that may come up. So no formal report that way. But as far as the transitioning over to the Fire Marshal's report, which is next on the agenda, I'm here to report this morning on behalf of Acting State Fire Marshal Jason Mowbray to provide the Fire Marshal's report for this meeting. The report was filed electronically, so you all should have copies of that available to you, but I'd like to highlight a couple of points as we go through the report. Number one is that you notice the fire fatalities reports have been filed for calendar year 2023, and there have been 59 confirmed fatalities associated with fire in residential structures, 12 associated with vehicle fires, and 10 in other settings for 81 confirmed fire deaths across the state. That number's been up recently, and we're working on trying to correct that. Currently, there are 3 fire deaths in the state which have been confirmed by the medical examiner's office, and there are also 3, which is a change to report, 3 pending deaths which have been reported to the medical examiner's office waiting final confirmation. You can go to the breakdown of the list by counties for the fire fatalities in both 2023 and 2024, which were included as a part of that report. There's also details on page 2 of a fire that occurred as a fatality in Quantico, which is in Oconto County, that involved a vehicle fire. And like I said, the details about that fire as far as the cause and origin are included in the report. On to the stats for calendar year 2024. They are listed as part of that report as well.
Ken. Excuse me just a second. Just hold it down a little bit, please. Thank you.
The calendar year 2024 stats are included as a part of the report as well. So I invite you to review those on page 3 of the report. Some significant incidents that we've been involved in as the State Fire Marshal's Office is that the Underwater Hazardous Device Team was requested to assist with the rescue and recovery efforts as a part of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. That unit spent several days assisting with their boat, their divers, their dive command unit, and a remote operated underwater vehicle. So that was a significant incident that we participated as the State Fire Marshal's Office. There's also details in the report of an accident that occurred with one of our deputies who was returning home from duty that day, and you can view that information that occurred in Washington County on March 22nd. On March 17th, the State Fire Marshal's Office retired one of the accelerant detection canines at Sky after 7 years of service to the state. And Senior Deputy State Fire Marshal Decker and Sky traveled regularly to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, where they assisted in training ATF agents during their academy. So the Senior Deputy State Fire Marshal Decker, his Southern Regional Office, is currently in training for the ATF National Canine Division in Front Royal, Virginia, for 6 weeks to work with a new partner. And when the pair graduates, they will return to Maryland and be one of only 71 teams in the entire United States. On kind of a personnel note, on Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, retired State Fire Marshal Rocco Gabriel passed away after experiencing some recent hospitalizations and health conditions. And we appreciate the participation of this organization and members of this organization in recognizing past Fire Marshal Gabriel's contributions to the State Fire Marshal's Office and also to the citizens of Maryland. If you read the information as a part of the report, you can see some significant contributions that he made during his time as State Fire Marshal, which was nearly 19 years, which is the longest serving State Fire Marshal in the state of Maryland, and ranks nationally as one of the highest and longest serving Fire Marshals. I had the pleasure and honor of serving with Fire Marshal Gabriel during his entire tenure as State Fire Marshal in Maryland. So that information is included as a part of the report. I would say that as under personnel efforts, the State Fire Marshal's Office has conducted online applicant orientations for those who are interested in pursuing a career as a Deputy State Fire Marshal. The orientation is the first step of that hiring process, and applicants have completed a functional fitness test and written test on March 22nd. An interview will be scheduled for those who pass both of those tests in the near future. And there's one current vacancy for the State Fire Marshal's Office to fill. Some other events that we participate in as the Fire Marshal's Office is that once again, the Underwater Hazardous Device Team supported the Maryland Special Olympics with divers at 2 events, both at the Deep Creek Dunk and at the Polar Bear Plunge at Sandy Point State Park. And those details are included in the report. Without stealing too much thunder from report given by Chief Phillips in the legislative session, there are a couple of pieces of legislation that we've been monitoring pretty closely, although there's no departmental bills that we have in for this particular session. But some of the issues that we've been following are House Bill 321, which is the criminal law and crimes of arson, and that's for an enhancement of charges for arson fires resulting in injuries to firefighters. That passed the first reading in the Senate. That's where it currently stands, and so it's passed over from the House over to the Senate. House Bills 468, Companion Bill 7, Senate Bill 532 is a commission to advance lithium-ion battery safety, and that both has passed over to both houses, has had the first reading in the Senate, and passed both chambers as a Senate bill. House Bill 502, Public Safety, Fire Dampers and Smoke Dampers, is not cleared committee. House Bill 503, which is the CSST tubing for fuel gas piping. Both of those bills is the Companion Bill 7, Senate Bill 586. They have not passed the committee, not cleared committees. The Senate Bill 689, which is the Melanie Diaz Fire Safety Act, has passed over and has gone to the governor for signature. That's the House bill side. House Bill 823 has passed by the governor, which requires certain upgrades to fire protection features for high-rise buildings, including smoke detection systems and warnings to residents and occupants of those buildings. House Bill 1403, which would have changed the ages for children which we permitted in daycare, did not receive a favorable report, so it is not cleared committee. And there's also another Senate Bill 352 to watch very carefully, which was actually withdrawn by the sponsor. But what that bill was intended to do was increase the heights which would be permitted for apartment buildings beyond what the model codes would allow. And this is a trend we're seeing across the country, and a lot of the fire marshals organizations are taking exception to that, following opposition statements, so it's something we'll probably have to closely watch in the future as to what direction that may take. But we have some very severe concerns about allowing these buildings to be built taller than what the model codes would permit, even with protection built into the building. I will say that the appointment process for the new state fire marshal, as well as the updates for the state fire prevention code to update to the 2024 model codes, are both in the hands of the State Fire Prevention Commission. So I'll leave further details to report from that organization. And other than that, this completes the report that I have for the State Fire Marshal's Office, and we're pleased to report you with all this updated information. We thank you for your dedication and hard work in making Maryland fire safe. I look forward to working with you as a partner in this effort. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Question, Ken, do you know, is the crowd control class, is that available through the fire marshal's office? Apparently the temporary liquor licenses are now requiring people to have the crowd control certification.
That is available through the website, but it's through a private organization now.
Okay, it is available. Is there a charge on it?
I think there's a link on our website that you can find.
Okay, I've had some questions about that. Apparently that's being pushed
Right.
through the alcohol. Okay. Any other questions for fire marshal or parliamentarian? Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
State Fire Prevention Commission will be followed by State Police Aviation.
Thank you, Chairman Joel. I was asked by Chairman Tuckerman to provide the following report. The 2024 edition of the State Fire Prevention Code was presented to the Commission at its February meeting. The Commission was informed by the senior state police official that as the code included retro fire sprinklers in existing high-rise residential buildings, Colonel Butler would not sign nor forward it for consideration. At that time, the Commission tabled the code's adoption, and several commissioners volunteered to meet with the Deputy Chief of Staff to try and work through a compromise. As of our last meeting, there has been a meeting held, but it was not with the superintendent, and at this point, the process is on hold. We meet next week on the 18th, again, to continue discussions about the adoption of a new code. The Commission recently completed interviews of applicants for the vacant position of Maryland State Fire Marshal. A list of 3 names have been forwarded to the Colonel for final selection and consideration. I'd also like to recognize Dan Stevens, who serves on the Commission with us this year, and former Commissioner Doug Alexander, who served for many years also. That's my report. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
Any questions for past President Bilger? And I know we're all expressing our frustration on this whole fire prevention code adoption, but I think I'm not sure it's going to be worth us to discuss any further than where they're at. Thank you for your involvement in that. Any further questions for past President Bilger? Very good. Maryland State Police Aviation, which will be followed by MIMS.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Corporal Jacqueline Pickett from the OIC Trooper 5, presenting on behalf of the Maryland State Police Aviation Command and on behalf of Major Tagley Ferry. It's my honor to give you our report today. Starting off, the state police just recently graduated six trooper medics on April 4th. They'll be completing their field training throughout the state of Maryland via the various barracks. And then they'll be considered for reassignment into the Aviation Command starting the beginning of 2025. We currently have 4 pilots in various stages of training, and we hope to have them out in the fleet starting May of 2024. I currently have our updated blood report for the year. Since May of 2023, we've administered blood to 91 different patients across the state and out of state, to include Delaware and West Virginia. Currently, we've administered 112 units to include 4 units last night on 2 various medevacs. In total, that was 63 units in 2023 and 28 thus far year to date 2024. Much like all the other agencies, we've also been a pivotal part in the Francis Scott Key incident. Within minutes of the initial request, we had 2 troopers up in the air, Trooper 1 and Trooper 6, conducting various search missions for the missing individuals. We've also currently been staffing the incident command post, the air branch coordinator controlling the TFR, controlling all manned and unmanned air assets that enter the restricted flight area. Other than that, we just have aircraft in various stages of maintenance, currently still staffing a fleet of 7 aircraft, a total of 10. Other than that, Sir Chairman, if you don't have any questions, I know it's kind of brief, but that's our report.
And the whole blood program's amazing. That's fantastic.
Oh, yes,
to
sir.
hear
It's been a
successful.
pivotal game player. Countless lives have been saved. Monumental moment in history for us.
That's great. Congratulations, aviation, and all the cooperative agencies get that done. That's a
Yes,
real
sir.
tribute to you all.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Maryland State Police Aviation? And could you have your name again, Corporal? I'm sorry. Your name again for the record, please.
Corporal Jacqueline Pickett.
Jack Pickett.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your time. Thanks
Thanks,
for
sir.
coming today.
I wouldn't let her off so easy.
For that, we should be promoting you if you supervised him. I guarantee you. Okay, Dr. Delbridge and Mims, please.
I tried to get Director Cox's son to do this instead, and he declined. So Ted Delbridge from MEMS, good morning. You all take me to places far and wide when we have these meetings, but I will say this is a place I've been to before. We held our Stars of Life and Right Care When It Counts awards right here last year. The Grantsville Volunteer Fire Department was kind enough to host us. I'll cover a couple things and hopefully I won't be too redundant. As was mentioned in the legislative report, the MEMSOF received quite an infusion of, or will receive quite an infusion of money over the course of the next several years due to some legislative action. The result is a sizable infusion of capital to the Shock Trauma Center, a significant increase in funds to the Trauma Physician Services Fund, which is managed by the Maryland Healthcare Commission and funds unreimbursed expenses to the trauma centers other than the Shock Trauma Center. And it stabilizes funding for the budgets of MIFRE, State Police Aviation Command, MEMS, and the AMOS funds. And so that's good news. If it goes as predicted, it'll stabilize the MEMSOF outside of 10 years. So we won't have to revisit this topic for a while longer. So that's good. In some other perspective on some other legislative action, there was an extension of the potential for paramedics to administer influenza and COVID-19 vaccines to the public. That would have expired at the end of this calendar year, but it extends now to 2030. There's a evolving prohibition on requiring Social Security numbers for issuing licenses and certificates. This is the result of a federal law that requires Social Security numbers to be obtained, having to do with really people that are trying to avoid child support and other such legal actions against them. But a state can make itself exempt by enacting a state law. That was done for the healthcare occupations last year for nursing and physicians, and this is sort of playing a catch-up. And it most directly involves an EMT applicant from Montgomery County. If y'all can keep it down, I'm trying to talk here. One thing that's going to affect MEMS quite a bit is legislation that will require AEDs in public building facilities to now have naloxone available with the AED. What is a public building is defined in the legislation and doesn't include everything that you might think of as a public place, but definitely includes buildings that are supported with public funds, including like rec centers, parks, where some AEDs are kept outside, There are 17,000 public AEDs in Maryland, and some of them are, the program isn't necessarily, the program of record isn't necessarily where the AED is kept. And so we are going to have to do some super sleuthing to figure out where AEDs actually are, like where the AED is not just where the administrative offices for who's keeping track of the AEDs is, and get naloxone to those places. Naloxone has a much shorter shelf life than the component parts of an AED do. So it's going to be quite a bit of work that we'll be undertaking. We have a couple of moving parts, some of which I talked about before when y'all met at Princess Anne. One is paramedic testing, the National Registry, which is the big one, which Maryland requires of all paramedics, is changing its testing strategy and no longer requiring a technical proficiency exam, psychomotor exam. They've changed the quality of the cognitive examination and believe that they adequately test decision-making components, and that the psychomotor parts, the technical skills, ought to be verified by the educational program where a paramedic is getting spooled up. That changes on July 1st. We will abandon psychomotor testing along with the National Registry requirement. The job of MEMS then becomes to ensure that educational programs of paramedics are adequately managing paramedic student portfolios, which describes their technical proficiency as they progress through school. And so we sort of change gears in the focus a little bit. We've been working on the EMT certification exam to make sure that it is valid, measuring what we hope it's measuring, reliable, meaning that when a student takes the test, they get the same result time after time after time if they do the same things, and that it's fair. And so there isn't a bias toward or against a particular student or educational program or things like that. We're still refining that. The EMS medical director, Dr. Chismar, designed all the scenarios. Some of them were a little complicated probably for an entry-level EMT. And so we're working on modifying those and monitoring those circumstances. Everybody that's tried to take the psychomotor examination has eventually passed over the course of the last 9-month pilot project. But some people are requiring more than one effort, and we're trying to make sure the test is valid, reliable, and fair. That's our emphasis. And finally, the last time y'all met, I talked about the evolving strategy regarding EMT recertification. Let me describe for you quickly how that requirement lives. The requirements for EMT certification, along with EMR and paramedic and CRT, all exist in the COMAR regulations. In order to make a new regulation, first somebody had to draft it. That was done. The board approved, the EMS board approves it. That was done last fall. Then it goes for legislative review, which is really about making sure the lingo is right, the text is in the right format, and that it doesn't violate any law. That was done. That approval came a couple months ago. Then MEMS really has about a year to take the regulation back to the board for final vote, and after the board votes on it, there's an implementation period of a couple weeks. In other words, the board can't vote on it, and you take another year to enact it. And once the board votes, it's got to be good to go. I intentionally have not taken this to the board, even though it's been a couple of months since the legislative review happened, to make sure that we were ready for prime time. And the goal of the regulatory change was really two parts. One was to be able to define the continuing education required for EMTs seeking recertification so that we could adjust it to quality improvement findings over the course of time. So if we realize that there's a need for EMTs to understand more about OBGYN emergencies, we could stipulate that in the next recertification cycle, we want so much of continuing education to be about OBGYN emergencies, or pulmonary emergencies, or cardiac emergencies, or whatever. The current construct of EMT recertification requires about 24 hours of continuing education, and it's divided up. You can get it a lot of different ways, but a lot of people seek a weekend review, 12 hours on one day of didactic stuff, and 12 hours on another day of skills verification kind of stuff. One goal was to make sure that the new requirements didn't exceed the current construct of 24 hours. Probably we underestimated what is required for the skills verification part. So the way it's currently designed in regulation is 20 hours are didactic, and the EMT can get that 20 hours lots of different ways. They could go to a course, they could do a lot online. It's really meant to be really super flexible for an EMT to be able to manage their continuing education requirements, so that so they do it, and they can get lots of different ways. But the thinking was that the skills verification part would only take a couple hours. That has proven to not be the case. I'm sure Dr. Cox can answer more questions about this, but MSFA volunteered and after discussions with MSFA volunteered to have a pilot exercise where we tried to run people through the skills verification thing based on the skills that the EMS medical director wanted to have verified. Yeah, there's no way that happens in 2.5 hours. And if it did happen in 2.5 hours, it would be prohibitively expensive. And so we're still working to see if the current regulation, as it is authored, as it's constructed, can be molded into what we think is required to do the skills verification or technical proficiency, or we need to go back to the drawing board and go again. There are really parts of the new regulation that are important, and one of the things they do is they change the EMT's expiration dates from December 31st and June 30th, which were crunch times of year for people and staff, and no EMT wants to be worried over like winter holidays about recertification kind of stuff. And it made us have to like put people on lapsed a whole lot more often. It changes it to January 31st and July 31st. And we've been able to do some of that already by a board resolution, but we need to get the regulation into effect. And so there's interest in making the current constructed regulation work, but not work the way we had described it working. We want it to be more malleable and doable, not only by the people, but by the educational programs that are doing the validation. And so, still a work in progress. Our tentative deadline for taking this to the board was in July, so the current people who think they expire June 30th really don't expire until July 31st. They'll do it the way we've been doing up till now. We were hoping to have the next group that would expire January 31st to be living with the new construct, if you will, with an obligation that we would crosswalk at things that people have already done up till now to the new version. And we'll have to do that for 3 years because people have done stuff already that would count for 3 years going out. But if we can't get it done by July 31st, then we just won't. So keep on working. And with that, I'm done talking because I've talked way too long.
Any further questions for Dr. Delbridge? Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Okay, EMS board, Eric, or who's going to report on that? EMS board.
Our next meeting's Tuesday.
Okay. And then shock trauma will be next.
Just real quick, our next meeting's Tuesday.
SIMSAC didn't meet this month because of the legislative session. EMS board is next Tuesday, so that's where we are with that.
Takes care of EMS board and SIMS.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I did submit a report electronically, and Doyle has some hard copies if you would like. Just wanted to start out with a review of the EMT numbers for the past couple of years, since there's been a lot of rumblings about that. So this year, FY24, there's been 51 classes that have started in EMT. Only 14 of those classes have tested. Of the 212 students that were in those 14 classes who tested National Registry, the first time pass rate was 66.5%, and after the second attempt it was 75%, both of which are above the national average going forward. And again, that's only the 14 classes of the 51 that have tested so far this year. So if we could look at the FY23 class numbers, there were 550 people who tested for National Registry. So I broke that down in the report into MIFRE stats, what the Maryland stats were, and then National Registry stats. So first attempt, 69% across the board from the national, the state, and MIFRE classes. And then second attempt was 79, and the state has listed that it's an 82% pass rate at National Registry after a third attempt. That number does fall, I will say, when we enter in the high school classes. There's 8 high school classes that have chosen to use the National Registry or take EMT instead of EMR, and those numbers are kind of dismal in those classes, with a 46% pass rate first attempt and a 61% pass rate after the third attempt. Again, they're not, they're MIFRE programs that the high schools use, but they are state high school and county high school programs. We really don't have a say-so in what they do, how they're designed. They just use our programs and information to teach the students in those programs. We do supply instructors for them, but again, that's up to the state. They hand down the rules to the counties for those programs. So, Pearson VUE testing. We just got word last week that thanks to Dr. Delbridge at MIMS for his assistance, our Pearson VUE centers in our regions are closed centers, meaning we don't want to test the steam fitters, the electricians, the beauticians, the barbers, none of that stuff. We put those in place years ago with the assistance from the EMS board and MIMS to be able to test EMT and make that testing part of the EMT programs. We realized years ago, the generation of folks that we're dealing with now, you have to hold them by the hand and take them step by step by step through many processes. So we chose to do closed centers, but when we applied to do the Western Maryland, since all that renovation and everything's done, National Registry and Pearson VUE come back and said, no, you can't do that. You can't be a closed center. You have to test for everything. So I spoke with Dr. Delbridge real quick about it. He made a call to Mr. Seaford from National Registry, and that afternoon we had permission to be a closed center like the rest. So that'll be up and running, and for any of the classes that will test this semester. So while I'm on the subject of the Western Maryland, that capital project is done, and I would like to offer, if anyone, since you all are here for 2 days, wants to go down and see the renovations of the new center, you are more than welcome to do so. That can happen this afternoon, this evening, or what have you. Just let Steve Cox know who wants to go down, and we'll make sure the center's opened up and the folks can go down and have a look at it since you're up in this end of the state. A few vacancies that MIFRE we're trying to fill. We still got an opening down the Lower Eastern Shore Regional Training Center. Still trying to fill a facilities manager in College Park. We're getting ready to fill for the QA/QI coordinator position and a logistical inventory and equipment manager position. So, instructor recruitment is ongoing, as I've mentioned at all of the meetings. If you're 21 years of age, have 3 years of experience, and you're in good standing with your department or sponsoring agency, please reach out to our recruiters. Anyone here has any information or questions, they too can reach out to Steve Cox. He can fill them in with any information. MICRB, the next meeting is Wednesday, April 24th. As of the last January meeting, there's some new PDI was approved, and the instructor corps numbers were 780 instructors statewide, 15 instructor trainers statewide, and 264 instructor evaluators statewide. I did want to mention there's going to be a lot of classes that are being revised. Our folks now have been working, and before the end of this fiscal year, there will be 16 new classes that are revised. I have a list. I'll leave that with Steve in case anybody wants that instead of going through all them in a sense of time. management for you all, but there is a lot. Many have already been done. More importantly, next year, 21 classes have to be revised due to the standard changes that Pro Board and has handed down. So I'll give that to Steve. All right, seminars and training that are coming up. We had great success with the Hoagland Seminar, the National Staff and Command Program, the Public Fire and Life Safety Educator Seminar. Next up is Maryland Weekend at the NFA is June 8th and 9th. That was rescheduled when NFA had canceled the February dates. May 4th, there is a lithium-ion battery seminar that we are going to put on in conjunction with UL at the Ridgely Volunteer Fire Department in Caroline County. So please, anybody's interested in doing that, it'll probably be about a 4-hour program. Send your folks down and have them sit through that. It's great information. Dan Madrikowski from UL is going to head that up for us and always delivers great information. On May 22nd, there's going to be a shipboard firefighting seminar. That'll be held at My Tags in Linthicum, and that is going to be a follow-up to a lot of the shipboard fire awareness program that many of the folks from Baltimore County, I know some folks from Anne Arundel and some of the other surrounding jurisdictions had went through. So multiple speakers for that. That'll be a 6 to 8 hour program again at My Tags. Lunch will be provided for the folks that are attending there at My Tags. We've had such great success with the last couple of Hoagland seminars and the National Staff and Command programs we put on. And of course, the National Staff and Command programs have people that come from all over the country to attend them. We always get great reviews, great marks, and have great speakers. I am considering, I'm playing with our budget now to see if it can be worked out to bring in some of those same speakers, and would like to do a 3-day Maryland Staff and Command program in Annapolis. So maybe do it on a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday, so that there's ample opportunity for any of the volunteers or career to be able to attend that. But the speakers that are at some of these events are just outstanding. And it's information that needs to be communicated. In my opinion, I think in some respects we've went backwards when it comes to safety in the fire service over the past 10 years. Even though, you know, all the work from the training facilities and academies and agencies and the National Fallen Firefighters and so forth and so on. So, you know, the fire service is just a tough culture to wrestle down and pin down for certain issues. So, but anyway, we're considering that. More to come in the next month or so if we can wrestle that out in our budget. So, you heard me talk at the last couple of meetings about the new instructor certifications. We went through all that last year, broke it out. We finally were able to get the information that had taken effect in the new COMAR regulations on August of 2023. So we finally got the new language. The new books should be out, at least electronically, in the next week or so. We have been reviewing them in-house, making sure there's no issues, and then we'll kick them out to all the agencies, departments, and instructors. So they're aware of that. Instructor skills training.
Director Cox?
The enhanced, yes, sir.
Director Cox, on what you just mentioned, the MICRB new language on the Orange books, is that information put out any place that can be reviewed? I see that you're going to have a public comment period in August.
It already went through all that process, and the changes had taken effect in August of 2023. And it was a long, drawn-out process. I mean, we began working on them in 21 and into 22 before they went through the process through the the Fire Rescue Education Training Commission, the Higher Education Commission, and down to the law office for the state in Annapolis, and then They went for public comment and then were finally approved after the public comment periods in August of 2023, Charlie. We just had problems getting the official language from the state, from the Higher Education Commission. But we finally got it taken care of, and the new books have been put together. We're just reviewing them now, and then they'll be kicked out.
Okay, thank you.
Instructor skills training. There'll be an instructor skills enhancement and skills program held in College Park. The enhancement program is April 20th through the 21st. That's where the instructors come in and they go step by step and walk. The instructor candidates come in and they get to work with the instructor for those different skills that they are going to want to be an instructor for, and they'll work with the instructors, instructor trainers, and learn the ins and the outs of that and how things are to be taught. And then they'll come back on May 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the actual skills testing. All right, so the enhancement, April 20th and 21st, and then on May 3rd, 4th, and 5th is when the actual skills will take place. The next professional development for instructors in person will be held in College Park on April 14th. April 14th is the next instructor PDI 6-hour program. All right, we were just notified that from the Office of Legislative Audits that we have just begun our audit at MIFRE for the MSOF. I'm not sure if they're doing the other partners at the same time, but it was time for us to have our audit done, something normal that takes place every couple of years. So Dr. Delbridge already covered the new EMT research program. We're preparing for the convention. I did want to say thanks to Chief Phillips and Eric and all the other members of MSFA and for this legislative session. It truly was outstanding. It was the best one I've seen, cooperation and interagency coordination to get things done down there this year. So thanks for them for leading the way and taking care of a lot of that. It was an awesome job. And last but not least, OSHA Emergency Response Standard. I know, Mr. Chair, you were there for one of the first meetings, and President Smothers has been there with us, and Executive Committee member Steve Cox has been there as well as myself. And all I can say is what a mess. And every meeting we go to, and the further we get into that, it's just, crazy. Just the other day at our last meeting, you know, they're having recertification training is shoved into that standard. And some of the standards that have been placed in that document, like for people that have meet the standard for firefighter 1, it's listed in there as 2019. And if you didn't meet that standard or anything after that, not before that, after that, then, you know, you're not going to meet that standard that's there. So I think MOSH has been helpful. They understand that, and we had a lot of stuff scratched out, thrown out the other day. But I will say it's a mess, and it is going to be detrimental, I believe, to both the career and volunteer services in the state combined. I don't know how a career department, if I put my other hat on for a minute, in my past life, will come up with the money to run everybody through recertification training or make everybody go back in and retrain. And same goes for the volunteer force. It's a mess. So that's all I have. Steve, you have anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to make it very clear I'm speaking as the Operations Chief, Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute. The letter that was just distributed to the Executive Committee from Baltimore County to the President, in that letter it talks about the EMT curriculum, and it talks about it's not being taught for the National Registry. It is being taught 100% to the National Registry. As a matter of fact, the first portion of the course is everything they need to know so that they can pass the National Registry test. Once they have completed that, then we bring the class back together and we do things and tell them what they need to know so that they can pass the MIMS exam, the practical exam. So wanted to make sure that information was clarified. Also, our planning section has put together a study guide, and we have been monitoring that extremely close. We are finding that the students that use the study guide pass. The students that don't open it up, they fail. We have also monitored on quizzes that if they haven't used the study guide, they're getting 30%, 20%, 40%. Take them back, give them this, make sure they open the study guide. Remarkably, those test scores go up to 85, 90%. So wanted to make sure that information was out.
Yeah, that's also not counting the adaptive testing program we've had in place for years. That is a significant cost to us to put that in place, but that was something extra we did years ago, and it surely improved the numbers. And as you can see, I read earlier, I was unaware of this until just now, but that's wanted to update you all on the numbers that, you know, we're above national averages when it comes to testing and pass rates. So I'll answer any questions.
Is there any further comments, particularly on this particular issue? I know there's been some questions while Director Cox and Dr. Delbridge are here. Mr. President.
No, I think EMS is going to probably bring some up, so I wouldn't go far. So, and same way with Dr. Delbridge, because this is something that we really need to make sure that people understand what they're missing. And they're talking two different things, talking practical and they're talking the written test. The written test is what it is. That ship has sailed, in my opinion. You know, I'm sure we'll address it again at SIMSAC and the EMS board coming up, but, you know, we don't have the money, finances, or resources to write and do our own tests. That's why we went to the National Registry. And Steve just said it, the students that do the online pre-testing and the adaptive testing in Canvas and stuff, those are the folks that are successful. The folks that do not do that and do not do their homework, those are the ones that are failing. We have the materials that we believe will make our providers successful. As I've said before, over the last few years, we will have some providers, regardless of who they are, career or volunteer, that will not have the aptitude to pass the test. I mean, you're going to have a very small percentage of that. But we do the best. I think that if the instructors are paying attention to make sure that the students are doing the online testing and pre-testing, it still comes back to the departments, their chiefs, presidents, and training officers. Once those students get enrolled into an EMT class, they need to follow up with them and make sure that they're doing the homework. We can't do that for you, but somehow that's always MIM's fault, Memphis' fault, our fault, and then we got to keep chasing this dragon about how bad it is. We're above the national average. I mean, I can't make that any more clear than what we are. You may not pass the first time on the test, but if you follow what the instructors do and go back through the follow-ups the second time, they are pretty successful. So, and we're still with you even if you need that third time. So we're trying to make sure that you have what you need, but it's up to the student and the instructor and the home departments to make sure that they're following up with their folks. I mean, I don't know any other way to put it than that. So, I mean, unless you want the EMS committee or MSFA to do something different, you're going to have to let me know that because we have folks that are sitting on all these boards that can address these issues. But it's the same thing. The practical is different from the written. That needs to be clear too. But, you know, we're in this phase where we're reviewing the practical applications going forward for the new. And yeah, there are hiccups, and we just had one of those issues that we have to address out of a class that had 40-plus students try to go through a practical with 4 evaluators. It was a hot mess. And we're trying to address those issues. But you're going to have instructors that call in sick, but we need to make sure that they have the resources. And we're not there yet going to the new, because I don't know any academy, including MIFRE, that have all the equipment necessary to pull that off right now. That may be another year away, but we're still trying to make it so that our students are successful. I mean, we're doing test runs. I don't think any one of us here in the room that looked at that first evaluation was happy with what we saw. And I wouldn't put that out in my best day and tag our names to that. But it's a work in progress, and that's what we do before we put something out for the rest of the whole state. So people just need to be clear. The National Registry is one thing. We don't do everything that the National Registry requires here in Maryland. So you still have to revert back to Maryland protocol. We don't do every skill the registry does. We have to teach it, but we don't necessarily have to function to that skill. So, and that's the same for all of our paramedics across the state. We don't do every skill that the National Registry does here in Maryland. It's up to the EMTs. You're lucky. You don't have to maintain your EMT, your National Registry EMT, once you get it. The paramedics do. So you have 3 years where the paramedics have 2 years to maintain theirs. So, and we still have folks that can't get that done in 3 years. I don't know why, but we have enough resources and trainings that you shouldn't have to wait till the last minute. So I know the EMS committee probably has some other things that they want to bring up, and you have a letter from Baltimore County in reference to a training that they did, and they lost some career providers. I don't know what that academy, what happened in that academy class. Still trying to get the details of that. But even for the career academies and the colleges that are teaching it, they're going to have issues, but we got to be willing to listen what the issues are and then delve into it and see what those problems are. Both Mike and Steve and Dr. Delabridge have been very instrumental in trying to dissect what those issues are and putting the right message out instead of just the hearsay stuff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other questions for MIFRE? Director Cox, if you'd be kind enough to stick around for a few minutes. Minutes will be coming, our EMS committee will be coming up after our partner agencies. I see Dr. Delbridge is still here if there's any further questions.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody representing MDEM? I think I heard somebody here from, there we go, from Western Maryland. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, Secretary Strickland wanted me to express his regret for not being able to attend today's meeting. He's had some conflicts with the schedule this weekend. Also, just for clarity purposes, I'm aware that the quarterly report from MDEM was not submitted online. I do not have copies either. However, I have had discussions with some senior leadership. I am prepared to provide you with some information from MDEM today. My name is Tom Brown. I'm the Western Region Liaison Officer for MDEM. My primary areas of responsibility include Garrett, Allegheny, and Washington counties. One of the biggest topics right now at MDEM, maybe on most people's minds, it's certainly required extensive work by a majority of MDEM staff, has been the FSK bridge collapse. MDEM continues to help coordinate state response to this disaster. Federal, state, and local government agencies, along with the governor's office, make up the response and recovery partners. Initially, MDEM opened the State Emergency Operations Center at its temporary site, which is in Hanover, but later moved it to the Unified Command Post located at the Maryland Cruise Terminal, where it currently is now. MDEM has been successful in receiving a Small Business Administration disaster declaration from the Biden-Harris administration, which will allow assistance to small businesses who face losses due to the report being inaccessible. The first one in Baltimore City and the first one in Baltimore County opened last week. I was there the day that it opened up, assisting them in trying to get everything together so that they could get open. MDM continues to explore other recovery fund sources to assist in cleanup costs for this disaster. Some upcoming events and exercises. The local support branch is coordinating Fleet Week, which is held in Baltimore at the Inner Harbor. And this year it takes place on June 12th through the 18th. There will be a Peach Bottom Atomic Power Station graded exercise on April the 16th. This exercise includes Pennsylvania state and local jurisdictions, along with state of Maryland, Hartford, and Cecil counties, and numerous other agencies and organizations. This is an annual exercise. The content of the exercise changes every year, but it is an annual exercise. A similar exercise will be held in the spring in Calvert County at the Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. And a search and rescue exercise will be held on April the 18th on the Potomac River involving Washington and Frederick counties. I believe this was reported on at the last quarterly meeting. This is the first of several planned exercises of this nature throughout the state. April 8th through the 14th is Severe Storms Awareness Week. MDM will focus on a different type of severe weather event each day by sending safety tips out to the public. And the last event is the Whole Community Integration Summit scheduled for April 11th in Baltimore. Has been postponed until June the 5th due to the bridge collapse. Last thing that I have to report on is an update on the state mesonet system. There are now 8 weather mesonet systems online. Frostburg, Keedysville, Clarksville, Beltsville, Baltimore City, Queenstown, Ridgely, and Easton. There are 2 additional sites, Upper Marlboro and Waldorf, that are scheduled for completion this month. And work continues to meet the first goal of this project, which is 1 site in each county. And with that concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Any other questions for Maryland Department of Emergency Management? Thank you, sir. DNR?
Good morning. Chris Robertson with Maryland Forest Service. Starting out for 2024, it's been a kind of a slow start to the spring fire season. A little bit lower on numbers as far as fires go so far to year to date, mainly because, as you can see outside, the weather has been helping us out a little bit. But we expect that to pick up in April. April is typically our busiest month for spring fire season, so with people getting out and about, cleaning up their yards and things like that, we expect to see fire activity increase in the next month until we start getting full green up, which normally comes the end of May, maybe a little later out in this part of the world. One of the things that we've seen an increase in across the state is interest in prescribed burning. We've been doing quite a bit of that ourselves over the years. With 2023, we had about 9,000 acres burned through prescribed fire. We've seen an uptick in the amount of requests we're getting from local private landowners. So we expect to see that number increase over the next several years as people see the benefits of fire on the landscape, good fire on the landscape. So we expect to see that those numbers increase. And as partners to the fire service partners, we welcome any participation that local companies want to do, help us out with that, get involved in prescribed fire. We welcome the extra resources and extra hands. We're trying to develop a prescribed fire council for Maryland. It's in the development phases right now. We're selecting a steering committee. We hope to stand that up this year, basically just to advocate for the use of prescribed fire in the landscape and help people who want to engage in that activity do it safely and responsibly. Personnel and staffing, we were fortunate enough to have two of our long-term contractual staff converted over to classified. Those are key positions, one here in the western part of the state and one in the eastern part of the state. Those personnel were key to our operations as far as equipment build-up and maintenance, and they were serving as long-term contractuals without benefits, and just recently they were both converted over to classified, so that was a big plus for us. We also just hired a long-term contractual position to serve as a coordinator for the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program. That program provides $1 billion over 5 years nationwide for communities that want to protect themselves from the hazards of wildfires. That position will be reaching out to different communities across the state to see if there's an interest in applying for those grants. It is a pretty cumbersome grant application process. There's a lot of things to meet before you can qualify, but it does provide a lot of funding for successful communities. We have not had any applications for that in Maryland for the last 2 years. We hope to change that this year and get a few applications in. Here east of the Mississippi, we're not real successful. Most of that money is going to the west, where you see a lot of more wildfire problems out west. I think there was only 3 projects funded last year in the 20 northeast states. So competition's pretty stiff, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't get a successful application through. The Volunteer Fire Assistance Program, last year we provided funding in the amount of about $127,000 across the state in 50-50 match grants. We expect to have a similar amount of funding this year to do the same thing. Those application process should start next month, actually, probably in the middle of, next month, in the middle of May. You should see those applications coming out to sign up for that program. Some wildfire training things. We completed our safety refreshers and our pack tests for our returning firefighters, which is required for us to send people out of state to fight wildfires out of state. We completed those. We recertified about 100 firefighters, and those are state employees as well as volunteer and career department personnel. So we hope to get people out on some fire assignments again this year. Starting probably as early as later this month. The 2024 Mid-Atlantic Wildfire Academy is once again going to be held at Garrett College, right down the road here in McHenry, June 10th through the 14th. Registration is currently open through the end of this month. There's the basic wildland fire class is open to members of volunteer departments here in the state, and there is no tuition fee for that course for volunteer firefighters, as long as they're a member in good standing. We've been pretty fortunate in DNR and the Forest Service, especially over the last several years, with our budget, especially our fleet budget. We've been able to replace a lot of our fleet vehicles, which were declining significantly. So we've been very fortunate to receive a lot of funding for those vehicles. New vehicles in FY24, which we're finishing up now, are coming in. And then FY25, we did get some funding in FY25 to replace even more vehicles. And we hope to have our fleet down to about a 5-year rotation as far as age on those. And that's going to help us out quite a bit. We just did receive also 2 new tractor plow units. One will be stationed in Frederick County, and the other one will be on the lower shore in Worcester County. Those units were purchased out of funds that we make from sending stuff out of state on wildfire assistance to other states. So the money that we bring in, we don't have a budget for heavy equipment, so that's one of the ways that we can fund our equipment is to send stuff out and make a little bit of money. As you know, you guys know all too well about how expensive fire equipment is. Anytime you put something with the word fire in front of it, it's very expensive. So that's we were very fortunate to get those. We also ordered 2 new heavy cabin chassis trucks, F550s, that will be built into wildfire suppression Type 6 engines. We're not sure where those will be stationed at yet, but that'll give us one in each region, one of these heavy trucks in each region, for in-state use and as well as out-of-state use. A couple of the other things, one major purchase that DNR did, and I think it was in my last report, was we do have a new helicopter. The department was able to get an Airbus H-125 A-Star helicopter. It's stationed out of Easton, and it's available statewide. And it did come with a Bambi bucket, 120-gallon Bambi bucket for fire suppression. And it's going to take the pilot a while to get up to speed on the use of that and get certified, but that's something that we've never had in DNR before is air resources for wildfire suppression other than just an aerial platform. So we're looking forward to that. It's going to take us a while again to get up to speed, but we're looking forward to seeing that. And the last thing that I'll mention is the Smokey Bear turns 80 this year. So if there are departments that are looking for Smokey Bear events, I would say get with your local Forest Service office early, because it's going to be very busy throughout the year, doing events throughout the year, and we hope to have something pretty special for the convention this year for Smokey's 80th as well. So again, that's about the end of my report, unless somebody has some questions.
I assume that tractor in Frederick will be at Gamble. Is that where they keep it?
Gamble's,
Okay.
yes. Yep.
Any other questions for Chris? Thanks
I
for
have
your-
one, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
hold, stand by. Go ahead, Mr. President, past president.
I was reading an article recently about the amount of fires, wildland fires in Maryland. It says that last year in '23 was well above the 10-year average. It says in '23, lands experienced 199 wildfires, burned over 4,000 acres. Over the last 10 years, the average has been 127 or 2,000 acres. I was wondering if, and I see that the breakdown about debris burning is the most serious and arson was number 2. But I was just curious if the department is looking to try and do better education or training or something to obviously try and improve on those numbers in the coming years.
Yeah, so we do have what we call our Firewise Maryland program. So we do a lot of outreach through that program as far as making people aware of fire safety as far as defending their homes. But we also do a lot of outreach events for prevention as well, the Smokey Bear events and things like that. One of the things I'll say about the 10-year, the report that you mentioned is that, in '23 we did see a decrease, or it was one of the drier years that we've had over the past 10 or so years. For about 10 years there, which made our average numbers drop. We were pretty wet throughout the state, and last year we saw an increase in drier days, and that's pretty much what contributed to the higher number of fires and higher acreages in '23. Now that trend may continue in '24. It remains to be seen as far as the way we're starting out. We're starting out, about 4 inches above normal for rainfall for the year so far. So it's looking like we're going to be wetter, but that could change, pretty quickly. But yeah, so we're always trying to do a lot of outreach events as far as fire prevention events. But I'm not going to look at 1 year as far as, we've had this discussion internally for people we have a lot of newer people who think, oh, this was a really busy fire year because they're newer. They weren't around, 15 years ago when we had a lot more fires, or 20 years ago when we had a lot more fires. So that 1 year anomaly, I'm not going to throw it out there to say that, this is going to be the norm moving forward. I think it's just we had a drier year in '23 and we saw an increase in the number of fires and acreages. And a lot of that was contributed to a couple of larger fires that we had. On the Eastern Shore, we had one fire that was over 2,000 acres, and that was in the marsh, which is not that uncommon for the wintertime. And then we had the larger Soldiers Delight fire in April of last year in Baltimore County that did increase our numbers. So I think there was a lot more visibility as far as the fires got last year too, which made a lot of people more aware of the fires, especially with that fire in Baltimore County. It got a lot of press. So, yep. All right, thank you.
Okay, EMS committee?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. After I give my EMS committee report, I have an additional report to give the letter that I passed around. From the committee, thoughts and prayers for St. Mary's County Duty Officer Todd Bowman and Dr. Jason Finkelstein, who have flown to shock trauma during a line of duty incident on February the 8th. House Bill 784 and 1143, referencing emergency department wait times and reduced wait times. Transfer times are being tracked and shared weekly with the hospitals, EMS jurisdictions, and the Health Service Cost Commission. HSCC is proposing incentive penalties for hospitals. They are slow but steady progress. We thank President Smothers and SEMSAC for the support in the July 2024 protocol changes. Continuing education platforms are being created. Esmolol 2024 is an additional medication for long cardiac arrest, VT and VEF. Will be added to the vape ALS formulary, 1 vial per EMS unit. No new recommended devices. House Bill 1092. This bill requires the Maryland 911 Board to establish training standards for public safety, entering point personnel based on national best practices for high-quality telecommunications. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation are specified. The bill also expands the stated purpose of the 911 Trust Fund to include providing funding for any such training. Shortening time for dispatcher to recognize cardiac arrest and move the public to CPR. Dispatch center to keep time data for care records. JAC meeting reviewed video laryngoscopy data supporting the need for these devices. Care needs to be equitable across the state. MSFA will support the protocol to come out of optional status. Region 3 no conferences here. Conference in Calvert County November 30th of 2024 will be similar to the Pyramid Conference. 911 dispatch will require further training that should not be limited to specific agency. Option available AHA, HS, Red Cross. Dr. Chismer stated, it all falls under MEMS. Senator Kagan made sure everything was funded accordingly. Next thing which Dr. Delbridge explained to you, but we got to go over again, is Senate Bill 1099. This bill expands the purpose of the public access automated external defibrillator program to include an initiative to co-locate up to 2 doses of Narcan with each automatic external defibrillator placed in a public building. The Emergency Medical Service Board must develop and implement the initiative in collaboration with the Maryland Department of Health and to adopt regulations jointly with MDH. The initiative must be funded in the same manner as the AED program. The EMS committee does not want and denied support for this program. Reasons why: who will be managing the program? Who will be paying for the replacement of Narcan when, if it is used or taken from the AED case on the wall? Who will be tracking the usage of the Narcan? Will there be a requirement to call 911 if this item is taken from the case? Will there be a training requirement for this? If not, why? Because if you go to the health department to get your own Narcan, they provide you with training before issuing this item. Additionally, they make you sign for Narcan prior to taking delivery. Listening to the hearing that took place yesterday afternoon in the Education, Energy, and Environment Subcommittee of the Senate, they stated that no training will be needed. What's the difference between the public access Narcan and the item being handed out at the health department? Dr. Chismar agrees with the concerns of not support initiative without study So Chair Gina wrote a letter, which she will read to you.
Good morning, Executive Committee. Gina Panarello, Co-Chair, EMS Committee. So with Senate Bill 1099, we wrote a letter that was in unfavorable opinion for the co-location of Narcan within AED cases. Some of the points have already been read by Chair Udell. However, the big thing was the management of the program, the replacement of the Narcan taken, or naloxone taken from the wall, and who's going to track the usage. I understand that at the last minute of the 11th hour, MIMS, who was in agreement with opposition for it, wrote a letter to the state, to the senators as well, to be a favorable opinion for it. And at that time, the Maryland Department of Health opted to hire someone that will be managing the program across the state. However, one person cannot manage all the counties across the state nor the location if it's going to go into public access AED. So we did request that a study was done statewide to show the justification for the placement and the public use of naloxone. Most of the time whenever naloxone is used for an overdose, it's not in a location that would be close by to a public access AED. Many of these overdoses happen in places such as private residences, a park, or a vehicle, etc. Naloxone is not cheap, and right now, fire and rescue companies are mandated to carry this medication in their bags on all the ambulances, first responder units, and medic units across the state. Additionally, most police departments carry this on their person, which they also have to receive training and sign for their issued naloxone. We do not do enough across the state to combat the opioid problem, and the use of naloxone is just that, a Band-Aid, and not a permanent solution. We would be better served to provide additional mental health or substance abuse programs or resources across the state within the communities and or hospitals. The MSFA committee is not in support of this and would like an unfavorable voice on Senate Bill 1099. So that was sent over to everyone down in Annapolis as well. So just so that it's aware that we were not in favor of it. I understand that there was a change last minute.
Was that in coordination with our legislative committee?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Environmental carbon monoxide alarming device is an optional on the response bags. 2 recent incidents which impact the patient and crew safety are requesting carbon monoxide alarming device not to be optional. They're on the response bag. I've been out on calls when we were not notified there was a carbon monoxide or they didn't know about it. And these things, the alarms went off. We got out of the building, and we also got additional resources to come in. So that's an important thing to try to get them as not an optional item. Shock trauma, I don't have a report, but it was read. The section OSHA 29 CFR, this section contains requirements for the organization's training and personal protective equipment for fire brigades whenever they are established by an employer, specifically how we function as a fire service. Incidents which have a death or injury could potentially result in fines to the volunteer company. The Maryland State Fire Prevention Commission, of which Mark Bilger is a member, was reviewing the proposed changes to include the stop and search and rescue. This will have a huge impact on volunteers. Pay attention as this starts in March 6th of 2024. MSFA Midfield Fire Marshals Mako and Chip Jewell will be served as insurance expert. Mark Bilger asked if the NFPA standards are being adopted into OSHA. President Smothers affirmed. That is my report. If there's any questions on the EMS committee.
I do have one thing to add. I apologize. The one thing that was touched on, he said there was no report for shock trauma. However, I do recall from the last meeting, the big push from shock trauma is May is National Stop the Bleed Month. So just kind of keep that in mind as you're out and about within your communities, that May is Stop the Bleed Month. They do offer classes within shock trauma that are available on the website, and they're always looking for instructors.
Further questions? Questions from the board?
I also want to remind everyone that April is National Volunteer Support Month. So I just want to remind everyone that we need to appreciate our volunteers.
you for that. Yes, we do. And yes, we are.
Okay. My second report
Very good.
that I have, I'm only the messenger, and that is all. I'm not involved in any other way. Approximately a week or so ago, I was at the Baltimore County Volunteer Fire Association's Chief Officers meeting, which you all see a copy of that also. At that meeting was brought up that Baltimore County felt that there was a 70 to 80% fail ratio in National Registers, the EMT. At that point, they stated I am the chair of MSFA EMS committee, and it's my obligation to bring it before this body. And I said I would. I did talk to Eric Smothers the very next day after this happened to get all his instructions. I also told the association that they needed to write a letter to Eric, which you all have a copy of, because I believe things to be in writing. What proof did he have other than the hearsay that I heard at that meeting? I also told them I think they should have had a representative today at this meeting to explain their problems. As you see, no one is here. At that point, Eric got the letter. He responded back and forth to the Vice President of the Association in reference to this letter. One of the chief officers had talked to Mark Bilger in reference to this. He was not happy with Mark's comments. That's exactly what he reported, as Mark representing MEMS. And so I'm representing this. Whatever this committee wants me to do, I'll present back. But I did give a link to President Smothers at the next Chief Officers meeting, which will be this month, so he can join by Zoom to discuss this. And I don't know if Eric has anything else to discuss on this. Him and I have been back and forth discussing it. I think he has other issues to discuss.
I'm sorry, Troy, I can't understand what you want.
Good.
I mean, the executive board, you guys, you have the letter from Baltimore County, and, you know, I've reached out to their president already. Steve, actually, and both he and Mike addressed that a little bit already. You know, it comes back to folks not fully understanding what I said earlier. I don't think it's worth to repeat all that. Just folks need to understand that when issues arise, we do address them. So whether it goes back to Dr. Delabridge, from MEMS's part of it, or Memphis part of it, we address all those issues. So when folks say they're having 50% failure rates, 60% failure rates, I don't see that documentation. I don't see that. You know, you got to come up with something better. I realize that they may have an issue with a particular class, but usually once you get into the weeds of that, it's because the students didn't do what they were supposed to do, or there might have been an issue with an instructor, you know, or if it's on a practical examination when we see a high failure rate, then we address that and see what the issue is. Was it the instructor? Was it the information that the evaluators were giving, or was it the scenario? And we look into that. And that usually goes back to the medical directors or to the directors of Memphis or MEMS, and we figure what the issue is and get those issues addressed. But I think it's disingenuous of folks to say that we are failing here in Maryland with our EMTs, and we're not. So unless there's something that I'm missing, you know, from either here for MSFA or SIMSAC or the EMS board that I'm missing, I haven't seen that. I mean, show me where we're failing. Yeah, we do have an occasional issue with a class or a practical examination, and we address that head on. But to go back and try to say, let's go back and get away from the National Registry, develop our own written tests, and do something different, I don't see that happening. We've already been on that boat. But I will do whatever you guys direct me to do, and to address these issues. So, Mr. Chairman, you let me know what you want. I mean, especially while we have the leadership here in the room. If there's issues that need to be addressed, let's address them today, you know, whether it's practical or written, so that we have a firm understanding of what we need to do.
Dr. Delbridge and Director Cox are both here today. Both have been provided, and I think Director Cox, this is the first you've seen the letter, correct? So those issues certainly, I'm very hopeful, will be addressed of a particular class or classes. Historically, we've put hours and hours and hours into the evolution of today's EMT program and National Registry. And I think there is a commitment, has been a commitment, to get it right and do what we can. It's not going to be perfect for everybody, and there will be issues, but we do put and have put a lot of time and effort with Eric and the EMS committee and many, many people over the last 5 or 6 years since Dr. Bass left, and we wound up having to be involved in this. There's been a tremendous amount of involvement, and I think you have heard from the president there will continue to be the involvement. We have Dr. Delbridge and Director Cox here with that commitment, and we will continue to follow through. But I think some of the people, I've heard the rumors before today, but this is the first I've seen the letter, so I think, you know, given the opportunity that we now have the information, if there's a specific class or classes, I'm quite sure our partners will get into those specifics, and we want to do what is right and make it right. We're not be able to wave a magic wand today, but I think the president has made it very clear, and I believe the leadership from our partner agencies made it very clear that we will look into it, and we will try to certainly address if there are especially if there are particular issues that need to be resolved. Gina?
So just to tack on to what President Smothers said, so as an instructor for MIFRE, I'm held to a certain standard of my students that they have to complete certain material within Canvas prior to testing. So they have to achieve a certain percentage and before they can even test. Additionally, they got to go through a practical exam where they're given a scenario in the practical this is throughout class, where they have to complete and maintain to a certain standard as well. And if we feel that they don't pass on. There are some students though, this class, they're not gonna pass. And it's simply because, and I know that President Smothers and I have discussed this before, they have reading comprehension issues and the school system has failed them. Because we have no child left behind, well that's the case, where no child's left behind, and regardless of what happens, they're passed through school. So we have kids with reading comprehension issues, students that come in, adult learners and teenagers alike, where they have reading comprehension issues and they're not going to maintain that and they're not going to achieve that. And it's just unfortunate part of it is what it is. However, with the state practical exam, prior to even the current folks that are in place at MIMS, there have been problems with the practical exam. And not so much the exam itself, but the results. And one of my classes, actually several of my classes, I've received results the day of because they come to the instructor. And I've received results where I'm told a student fails a medical station. Fine, they can go back, they can retest the medical station that day. But then they're like, oh, well, wait a minute. As soon as I get all the paperwork, because we're going to retest them as a group, I get all the paperwork back. Nope, they failed the trauma section. Well, which is it? I had one student from a class that was right before COVID, where the student went through class, finished class successfully, wanted to take his state practical, was told one thing the day of, another thing the day after, and then whenever he came in to do his remediation was told a completely different thing. So there's part of that, again, this is pre the current folks that are in place at MIMS, that there's been problems across the board. So this is not, if there's a practical issue, it's not something that's current, it's something that's been ongoing, it's just never been brought to the forefront.
Tim?
I
think they've got some concerns, but I don't think we have the whole story. We've just got a very brief synopsis of what their problem is, and I think we need to hear from them. Can we pull their numbers from the state numbers and see if what they're saying, because they're saying that their numbers are different than what we're providing. I mean, I don't. I mean, that's just one thing, but I think there's a lot to this that we're not getting in just a piece of paper. So I think we really need to follow up on this to see what the concern is, whether it's an isolated problem, or whether it's something within the whole system. But I think we really need to look at this more in depth.
Mr. President, you're actually going to their chiefs meeting? As you said, you're actually going to the meeting to discuss with them and try to...
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to attend their meeting, but like I say, I think this is an isolated incident, and we're going to have those isolated incidents, and we address those. I mean, the directors are doing what you're asking us to do, as well as the EMS committee here, and you know, they bring it to our attention, they bring it to the president's attention, and we address it directly with the directors of either MEMS or MIFRE, you know, depending on whose pot that goes into. So, again, it comes back to, I don't want to blame everything on the student, but when we have failures on the practical application side of that, we can see that. There's nothing that I have not asked either MEMS or MIFRE to go back and look at that they have not made corrections. So, and if it was an instructor, MIFRE addressed it directly with their instructors. If it was the scenario that was out of kilter, the medical directors have addressed that. And behind the scenes, they've either thrown it out, or they've approved it, or say, we're not doing this again, and fix it. I mean, there's a myriad of ways that we can clean things up. But as I've said before, we're going to have providers, whether it's EMR or EMT, that's not going to be successful. And those are the folks that Gina was talking about. But the only way we fix that is through the public school system. And that's a harder nut to crack, but we got to have numbers to back that up for us to go to the Board of Ed and say, hey, we got an issue. So, as you know, when you go do your test, you can't have a reader, you know, and that's problematic for some students. And that's both the adult learner and the kids. So, we're going to see that. And I mean, we're not seeing anything different than we see on the operations side for fire rescue. Those issues are the same on that side too. So, I mean, you want to compare apples to apples, you know, you're going to see those same numbers on the other side, unless, so, you know, I mean, we're not picking at the fire and rescue side of things. We want to dig up EMS and say we got an issue, but we see those same things on the other side. So, can't use that broad brush and paint the whole side of the barn with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Susan Mott, I'm the vice chair of the EMS committee. My concern about this letter is, I am going to echo, but you beat me to it actually, is the fact that the information that was brought in this letter has no confirmation. Not to belittle or not investigate, but at this point we don't really have enough information to do anything about it. I think that the challenge to them is to bring it back not only to this body but specifically to the EMS committee so that we can address their concerns. It may be a county issue, it may be whatever, but they need to do their due diligence also to bring the information to us. And I challenge them to do that, and they're more than welcome to come to our committee meeting and bring that information so that we can provide that information to this body. Thank you.
Thank you. By bringing it here today, I think that's been accomplished. The leadership on that side, the leadership on this side, everybody knows what's going on. Everybody has a letter. Let's address it and move forward. Just that simple. Any other questions for the EMS committee? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The safety committee has requested to go ahead. Mike? He has a commitment he needs to leave. After that, it'll be transportation, Chief Tome and Mitch.
Thank you for taking me early. Glad I brought some warm clothes. I didn't know it was this cold. It could ever be this cold in April. Good God. Thank God for Walmarts. We've had one safety committee meeting since the last executive committee meeting, and it was at the Trauma Center in Baltimore, and they couldn't have done enough for us. The shock trauma team, it was just, we had 29 people in attendance, and the feedback was awesome. We got some really good pictures. Thank you. We got some really good pictures of the MSFA members at the Trauma Center, and Becky and Gilmore and her associates just couldn't do enough for us. And we found that sometimes they like us to be there because they're hearing from the field what's going on in the state, and them being the reactive providers for health and for what happens. I think they like that continuity with us. I feel that way, and they just, so my purpose of telling you that is, if you all need to have a meeting, those who've never been to the new shock trauma or Adams County Shock Trauma Center, they've got a wonderful auditorium in there that will accommodate about 250 people, and it's a wonderful place. If you ever need a place, you're parking, you have to pay. It's going to cost you $10 to park in the parking garage behind the old ME's office, but it's just super nice, and I would recommend sometime we do that, just for keeping our bridge with the trauma and MIMS. MIMS is around the corner. Speaking of MIMS, we also went around the corner and did a update with MIMS, the safety committee, and we also looked at the state control center, which is very impressive, and how they're keeping up with telemetry, and they're monitoring the helicopters and the entryways to the emergency entrances of all your different trauma centers and hospitals in this state, which some of you probably aren't aware of, and extreme continuity in there with monitoring what is going on around the state. For instance, a mass casualty incident. So it was a lot of feedback about that stuff. And we had been through, this is our third time we've been there in about 4 years, but just learning what they're doing to keep up on the MIMS side in the state with what is going on out in the field, whether it's in Oakland or it's in Ocean City. It's crazy what they see. Also, they have 24 hours, they have a sergeant from the state police that is their duty officer, and pretty much everything goes through him in a split second. They have a rule of 20 seconds, which I didn't know about. So if the poor soul, I guess if he's in a bathroom, he's jammed up, but if he's sitting there, they have 20 seconds to get to him in all 5 regions of the state, and he calls the shots, whether it's weather related, it's all pre-done, but it's for our own safety while they're doing it. And so, and they actually practice with like a mass casualty incident, so it's kind of neat to hear what they're doing proactively about it. In our meeting, there was one thing that came up which I had never really thought about, and that's with the AEDs in the state. And we had a really good person give a PowerPoint presentation, and in that PowerPoint, he was brought up that some of these units are getting old. And for instance, down where Roger and I live, you've got salt air, and where they're partly energized and where the battery contacts are, he's finding when he goes to replace them, a lot of these units are not working. They're not working right, or they don't offer the amount of joules that you need to do what it does. And also, a lot of these units are not being looked after. Like, for instance, if you put one like in the state or the county highway barn, a state highway office, where they're not being monitored by somebody systematically, you go to use them and they're not working. Or you leave them at a pool, and the pool's only open 3 months a year in Montgomery County, and they close and lock the door on Labor Day, and the thing just sits there in the cold weather, or it sits there in the ambient temperatures like it is right now, 35 degrees out, and they go to use it and it's not usable. So I want to bring that to you. That is a safety concern, especially if you go to use it. So food for thought. It's got to be energized, and it's got to be monitored for it to be able to work. And this came up, we beat it up a little bit. The lithium-ion battery, it's on my third paragraph of the report. We've got a problem in this state. We don't have enough training, plain and simple. They beat me up. I've gotten a bunch of emails. Some of the chiefs throughout the different parts of the state have addressed it. I don't know what Maryland fire chiefs have done. I did go to the one conference, but it's gonna hit us all at one time, and I brought this up before. Baltimore City's getting ready to take an order within the next 2 years of 175 buses. You're gonna end up with like 27 buses in Ocean City. You're gonna end up, because the governor wants it, you're gonna end up with all this. And when you've got thermal runaway and you've got one cell that goes bad, and all of a sudden you've got a compartmentalization that's surrounded by 2 sets of metal, how is the fire department gonna put it out? And you're just gonna have all these what ifs, and I don't wanna beat this up, but I put it in the report. Suppression efforts are gonna be really tough, and also you're gonna look like a fool when you sit there for 24 hours and wear your people down because the thing's still smoking. And we need to get some really good, we need to get MIFRE to get out there, investigate it, find the best speakers. And there's one that's in Virginia Beach. I went to a special that Worcester County paid for, and get some definitive training in this state before it hammers and hits us all at one time. And we look like, as fire officers, we don't know what to do. Yeah. Okay. I'm just telling you, I'm reporting back from the committee, but I understand that, and I appreciate it. The other thing is about this OSHA standard, and Mike's up here. This new Code of Federal Regulation 1910, 156, it's a new proposed standard. We've got to be proactive about this. I'm not going to sit here and read it, but when you take 400 plus pages of regulation and you drop it on the volunteer fire sector, we are asking for issues that we have never seen before. An example that came from the safety committee meeting was, if they do adopt this, and it does happen, a small department like, and I'll use the example, Elliott's Island, Taylor's Island in Dorchester County, Bishopville and Worcester County, up here, this little town, if they could see that we have not done something that is gross negligence, that attorney is going to go after that fire chief, and he's going to go after that department. And even though we have liability insurance, if it's multiple casualties like what's happened in Baltimore City, we're going to have our hands full. It's going to be another discussion we're going to have, really. So we need to get this proposal. And let me tell you, as a safety professional, and I was certified for years through Nationwide, I love regulation, because regulation is what we use to get these guys, to strong arm them, if you will, and you know that from the insurance industry, is, hey, this is it. Unless you want to pay a big fine, you better comply with the Code of Federal Regulation. The point being is, the volunteer fire service is struggling, as we all know, and if we don't grab a hold of this and try to do what we can to filter this or scrub it, I guess the proper word would be scrub it, and get some common sense in it, this 450 plus page regulation, if it goes through, we're going to have our hands full. And it is going to be, you're going to hear a lot of feedback from the field, from the fire officers, and I would venture to say in 3 or 4 years, it's going to be a nightmare it's going to worry these guys. These qualified people are not going to want to run for chief if we start to get all this feedback from the field that these guys are using this regulation. If it does get approved, you're going to scratch your head, do I really want to be a chief or not? And that's going to be a detriment to the fire service when you got a good person.
Very much involved in that.
Okay, I know you are,
yeah,
but I'm just laying the what ifs out.
Yeah, we're really
okay, that's good. But it's going to hammer us, is what's going to happen if it gets approved. New York State Firemen's Association, just so you all know this, have put together a real strong committee. Some of them are lawyers throughout, whether it's from Erie, wherever it's from. I don't know if you were on the webinar or not, but
yeah, I'm with them. They're on the Small Business Committee.
Okay.
That chief, I have their presentation. So yeah,
awesome.
We're working very, very closely together.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So, and you do know that the date is coming up. We've got. All right. My question to you guys is this, because I want to give feedback to my people. You don't want to discourage them. Are you, as the administration, and are you guys actively going after the federal people like Andy Harris and people like that to adjust this so it doesn't come back on us?
No, because it doesn't go through federal legislation per se, it's regulation. So where we're working is at the regulation level with OSHA, with the Small Business Administration. That's a very large committee. I'll give you an example. We had a chief from Alaska who says they have to fly 4 hours just from some of their firehouses just to get a physical. So the information hasn't gone out as well across in the United States as it has in Maryland and Pennsylvania, but it is finally steamrolling. A lot of the municipalities now realize what's going on. The state of New York is very involved. So we are involved both almost every other week at the state level, and we are involved about every 3 weeks at the federal level. So who we're after, and there's a lot more behind the scenes as far as why I think this is going to happen, but never say never, never say always. But yes, we are extremely involved. What you're saying, Mike, is being preached all over the state. So we are very much involved.
All right, my question to you is, who from the MSFA has gone through and read all this, every page of this regulation? Has it been President Smothers? You have. So you know it. You know, okay, that's good.
No, I don't know it. I don't know 583 pages
No, but
worth.
what I'm saying, you know what's there. You know how it's going to impact us. Okay. Okay. I just don't want it to happen, and you all say, what the hell's happened here? So, I mean, you know, because you're going to get feedback from it. It's not going to be healthy. Our attorney's here, and I have a feeling for a reason. I'm going to let you talk if you want to say anything. Okay. You want? Okay. But it's something we really need to watch, and we really need to be on this quickly. I put on the last page, it's over there. It tells you some references you can go to real quick. If you start seeing stuff coming up, this last page, it's OSHA proposed emergency response standard presents challenges to the fire departments. One last thing, I have developed a friendship with a couple people in Montgomery County Fire Department, and the unions are pushing this, where I'm getting feedback, the unions like what they're seeing. Now, they don't pay the fines, they're not a county government, they're a union, but it's my understanding Baltimore City is not pushing it. But I will share something with you. We talk about this almost every time, whether we talk about it quietly or we talk about it as the support staff for the state firemen, volunteer firemen. There's a reason why they're pushing this, and I think you know where I'm coming from on not dissolving the volunteer fire service. They're putting more stress on us, so we really, really need to be queued up. And I talked to President Smothers about this. Enough said, but we've got to keep an eye on this. So, what's that, sir?
No, it's
Yeah, and go ahead.
So, not to beat a dead horse, because we all know that this is bad. When I've reviewed this, one of the things that's really stuck out to me is that OSHA is misinterpreting what a volunteer is in their documents, and they are underestimating the number of people who would be true volunteers that would be affected by this. So I don't know the extent to which we're going to be offering official comments to this, but I would, when it gets done, I would like to see that the scope be addressed along with any of the other issues so that they understand just how many volunteers will be affected.
The one big thing, Mike, that they have totally missed in the proposal is the budget aspect they're predicting is $100 million nationally. I told the OSHA representative that was on our last conference call, who was one of them involved in this presentation, I said, that may be able to cover the state of Maryland. I said, you're about $2 or $3 billion off. They have no idea that the true effect of this. And I think that's where they're going to get caught, because if you go to page, like it's 553, it says the statewide, the national effect's $100 million. That's all.
Well, it's,
they're way underestimating us and have no idea what's happening.
How did they respond to you?
Yeah.
How did they respond?
For us to provide information.
Okay.
Of the, which we're doing.
So you just said it in what you just said.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just the last thing is NIOSH is getting ready to come out with a report in the next week or so about the second major two firemen killed in Baltimore City. I asked them to come over to the trauma center and talk. Their attorney for Baltimore City stopped the speaker that was coming. The reason why the NIOSH report has not come out yet, it's going to hit the newspapers, the Baltimore Sun, the Washington Post. It's going to hit it big time. You're going to see it. I would suggest that you read it. When it comes out, I'm going to make copies for the safety committee. I'll bring them back for the next executive committee meeting in Ocean City. But we need to look at that. I think what's going to come out of it is too aggressive in firefighting. I think that's I think you're going to need to look at the building and realize you don't belong in there, or what is your purpose of trying to put out a fire? It's got no value to the building. And not doing different things like we do the 360s. But I would venture to say Baltimore City is going to be impacted with a substantial fine out of this. Lessons learned, because they didn't learn the first time. So, and again, it's not buying equipment, it's not spending $100 million. It's going back to true common sense before you expose a fireman to a hazard that you shouldn't have been in the first place. And enough said. So.
Any other questions for safety? Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank both Mikes. Let's see. Representative from Grantsville, are we close to, hold on a minute, Wayne? Are we ready for lunch? Looking at somebody to check to see. I don't want to get into something and we need to break for lunch. Wayne's your quick report.
It only takes about an hour or so.
You got it. Go over to the drive-in and grab a bunch of burgers.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Transportation Committee been working on the tag research, as everyone probably knows. We're about 65 to 75% of the way through. About 24,000, a little north of 24,000 collected now. We anticipate another 6 to 8 once those folks on the mid-shore and upper shore and Washington and Frederick got started a little late. Once they start to come in, we anticipate, getting the whole so that we can get all the database in and, clean up the loose ends. There's been some tag paint failures. So if anyone has any tag paint failures, tell your folks just get the VR 124 filled out, hopefully with a picture. You won't get your number back, but tag replacement will be no charge. We're going to look at getting with Jonathan for a marketing to get some more tags out there in the trumpet. And the old logo tags, we're going to come up with a little flyer that people can print off. If you see someone with an old logo tag, give that to them so that they can, get their new logo tags to try to get those cleaned up as well that are still hanging out there that haven't been replaced. So if there's no questions, that's all I have.
Any other questions for Chief Tone? Thank you, Wayne.
Yes, sir. Well, they have to submit the $10 and research, but if they fill out a VR 124 and submit the $10 to their coordinator and go through the chain of command to the office, they'll get their tags. But what I referenced in the beginning is that there's some failures on paint, even of the new tags. If that occurs after they paid their $10, there's no charge for failure of the paint for the new tags that are coming out because they've been deteriorating.
Yeah. Okay, Randy. Anything else for Wayne? Thank you, Chief. Mitch, anything on the President's car? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I got it.
Mr. Steve?
Got a call yesterday from Plaza Ford that the parts are in to repair MSFA 4, the executive director's vehicle. We're going to be making arrangements for that, and also while it's in for that repair, the emergency equipment will be installed, the radio will be installed and all. So She may be without that particular vehicle for a period of time, and we will probably have a rental vehicle.
Thank you, Steve. Anything else for President's Car Committee? Kevin, do you have a report on anything on the fire police? Is that a short one? Okay, this is a short one. We can knock it off.
Like I say, we met on February 24th down at the State Highway Complex in Hanover, Maryland. We got to take a tour of their facility down there. We got a lot more input on Chart's doings. Our committee is starting to build. We're looking for somebody from Garrett County, Calvert, Charles, St. Mary's County, Kent, and Caroline, and Somerset. I am working with a gentleman now on Cecil County. We found out while we was down there, Anne Arundel and Queens Anne County does not use fire police. So our next meeting is going to be on May the 4th, and that's going to be down at the Carroll County Training Center. And what we did, we sent a survey out to the committee members. We're trying to set a standard just for the equipment to start out. We've got all of them back. Me, Bob, and we're meeting on April the 20th to go over this survey that was sent back to us. So hopefully we can get all the equipment, you know, what each county uses, set a standardized for equipment. Let me see. Oh, and also during that meeting, the committee suggests that we pick alternates from each county that has fire police. That way, if the main member can't show up, then that alternate would be able to come and have the input also. But that's the only time that an alternate is going to be able to do anything, is if the main committee member is not there. So we're working on that. For all the counties that we do have an alternate. I think the only one we haven't got back yet is Allegheny. So, but other than that, you got anything?
From our meeting at Chart and State Highway headquarters, we had the opportunity to meet the director of the Office of Transportation, Mobility, and Operations, which handles Chart and all the training for the TIMS programs and stuff for the state of Maryland. And I'd like to make the recommendation maybe that we look at bringing them on as a partner like we do MFRE and MIMS and all the other agencies, because our people are on the highway all the time, and through Federal Highway with the training, and, you know, that they want everybody in the state to have the TIMS training. And Kevin Fox from Frederick County, which I know you know very well, Chip, is now the director or taking charge of training, doing the TIMS program. Matter of fact, I got Roger set up so his people down in Kevin can get down in Worcester County and do the TIMS training. So him and Kevin, they would be willing to build a partnership with us. So.
Bob had mentioned this earlier today, and we'll talk to the incoming presidents to add the State Highway on as one of our partner agencies to report, particularly with respect to the fire police and the training. So that'll be undertaken by the new chairman and the new president as of June. Thank you, Bob.
Right. Also, while we're talking about that, through our TIMS training, we're looking at Federal Highways recommending that we do set up TIMS committees. So I've been in contact with Kevin Fox about that, and we talked about maybe starting one in the Frederick Carroll County area to see how it goes. Start small, and then we can build out throughout the rest of the states where we can have TIMS committee and get these people all together before we actually get on the highway. So, and I want to also thank President Smothers and also the legislative committee for their good work on getting the two light bills through down there and to the governor's desk, and let's hope the governor now will sign that light bill.
Yeah, light bill I think is going to be good. That green light is fantastic. I tell you, big difference. Anything else for any of the transportation committee teams, Bob? What else?
One last thing. Through Federal Highway, they just updated their MUTCD regulations, and that pertains Chapter 6I pertains to anybody that's on the highway working, or like our fire police. So we're going to try to get copies for them for our committee.
And one more thing, Chip. Frederick County, I just set up a TEMS training for all Frederick County fire police because that's been a requirement. There has been some new ones. Now, Kevin Fox told us that last Saturday in Frederick, and that was a new program that they just started. We actually got the very first class of that new program for TEMS. So I got a lot out of it. Before the old one, it looked like a 1930 film you watched. But this is all up-to-date stuff now, and so it is a good program. Definitely good.
Yep, safety is a priority for our personnel, especially on fire police. I mean, that highway safety is a big deal, and appreciate you guys really taking it on. Any other questions? Thank you all very much. Have something
Just
else?
one last thing to bring up. We track the line of duty deaths on the highway. As of April the 2nd, we've now had 13 responders killed on the highway since the first of the year.
Yeah, it's a major issue. So keep it going. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you. Okay, we'll be breaking shortly for lunch, but in the meantime, Rob, would you like to? Rob Muller, like to introduce himself and tell you what he's looking to do here in the very near future.
Can everybody hear me? Talk louder than that? There we go. I can hear myself. That's good. So good afternoon-ish. My name is Robert Muller. I'm seeking the candidacy for office of Second Vice President of Maryland State Firemen's Association. I've been a 27-year volunteer with Singerly Fire Company, third generation family member to do so. In those 27 years, I've served as an officer and committee member on numerous fire, EMS, and administrative committees and positions of 25 of those 27 years. I've had the pleasure and honor of serving the county association, both as committee chair, project chair, and vice president, as well as vice president and president of the Hartford Cecil Volunteer Firemen's Association. I spent a lot of time as an educator, both at the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute as well as community colleges across the state of Maryland, and spent the bulk of my time not only in fire suppression but also in EMS. As we look forward to moving in the coming years, there obviously are a lot of issues that we've been working on as a group, from recruitment and retention, marketing, connecting, growing, and leveraging our partnerships with our state partner agencies. And we've seen what great work that can do in working together to accomplish and respond and support our constituents. So it's my goal to continue that trend and work with our team, starting with our past presidents, as well as President Smothers, incoming President Skip Carey, and Charlie Simpson. Taking the opportunity to really try to connect and reach as we look at the next generation initiatives, the recruitment retention initiatives, and how do we dovetail these together and working and leveraging, as well as our state partners, to get our message out, to recruit, and really make a difference to our community partners. Working to establish and grow those opportunities, a lot of those are within my strengths and expertise. You've heard a lot of conversation about education, connecting people potential regulation changes, and those will all need to be addressed and worked as a community together to be successful. So I look forward to that opportunity and to serve you as the association in that role. So I appreciate the time today and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Any questions for Rob? First off, congratulations for stepping up. Thank you. And of course, you may have competition, but we feel fairly confident. You never know. Never say never, never say always. But congratulations for stepping up. We greatly appreciate it. And if there's anybody who has any questions, we'll be around a little bit on this afternoon.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else that has to happen before we adjourn for lunch except the raffles? Okay, raffles.
Like I can
There
see
you
it
go.
on this side.
There you go. I'll help you out here.
Thank you. No. First of all, I want to thank you for your donation. Now, granted, Teresa and I have both blue tickets. My ticket has the numbers on the end, not across it, but on the end of it, okay?
One, 3, 2. 755-132. Going once. 755-132. Going twice. You're out of here, Brooks. Guess we'll do another one.
Okay, we'll try this again. 755-954. And I forgot to tell you it's $155. 755-954. Jonathan. Yes, I did.
All right, next up. Gene, can you do the Bessie Marshall one? Bessie Marshall. So next we have the Bessie Marshall. We made $185. Thank you all very, very much. Blame Gene if you don't win. Okay, not today. Okay, so 414-2418. Is it you? 418? Bill? Okay. Now, you can do the sun catcher, second place winner. Thank you, buddy. So the next one is 414-2238. Is that you? Sam? Okay, here you go. Again, thank you all very, very much. And Lori says thank you.
Anything else, Mr. President?
Huh? I'm good. I'm good. I think it's John's on. I want to be
Steve,
between
we ready?
anybody in the food. So
We ready, Steve? Okay, good.
yeah, they're
Okay.
ready.
Chaplain. Okay, hold on. Let's have a word of prayer.
Please join me in prayer. We have the following prayer requests.
Patty Thomas has cancer. She's in rehab. Marsha Roth, past president, LA MSFA, is having her hip replaced on April the 16th. Sharon Owens is having her hip replaced on May 30th. Dwayne Frost from Laurel Volunteer has a LVAD installed. Yeah. And Harper, who is Donna Struntz's granddaughter, and is in need of a heart. She's up in Pittsburgh. And Darby Bird, past president of Ladies Auxiliary, is having her knee replaced this week. And Charlie is getting his hip replaced on the 10th. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we are so blessed to have this morning together, Father, and to have the work that's been done by the committees, Father, and our partners. We just thank you for all the activities that have been taken care of. Father, now as we take time to break bread together, we ask you to bless this food, to bless our bodies as we continue to serve you. We ask this all in your Son's name. Amen.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody, for the afternoon session. Start off, I don't see Dave Lewis. Bob, can you give National Volunteer Fire Council Bob Cumberland? Bob Cumberland, breaker. Can you do National Volunteer Fire Council? Can you do MVFC? Bob, Dave Lewis in here. Can you do Cumberland Valley? Cumberland Valley? Okay. Okay, let's see that.
Let me get my notes up.
Chief Phillips, you can do Maryland Chiefs, right? Oh, Harv's here? Okay. Get him in after that. You'll be on deck, Harv.
All right. We had our booster meeting at Newport on March the 14th, which was probably one of the better attended meetings. And out of that meeting, President Lewis set up 3 special committees to report back to him in 60 days that he wants something done. One is membership management software, looking at how we improve our web pages and software and stuff that be able to communicate. And the other one is, Cumberland Valley and responder safety has lived off grants for many years. Well, almost ever since we've been in existence, like 22 years with responder safety. So now we're going to look at corporate sponsorship and come up with some type of a program to be able to bring corporate sponsorship in it, because we're in 127 or 29 countries with our programs, believe it or not. Using our material, using our TIMS training that's on the program, all our other types of training and material we have. And then the third one is a long-range planning for the future and where we're going to go. And in that, there was a strategic planning committee that met in 2015. We're going to bring that back out on the table, review it, and try to work on some of the things that hasn't been worked on since 2015 to enhance Cumberland Valley. And in one of the items in there was looking at maybe making a change of the name of this organization, because everything we do now with highway safety, we're spread out nationally, and with it being the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firemen's Association, Volunteer Firefighters Association, a lot of people don't recognize us for what we do in highway safety. And like I said, responder safety now is probably in their 23rd year since we wrote the white paper back then. So we're trying to get, I don't know whether it'll go anywhere or not, but we're looking at how we can maybe incorporate, Cumberland Valley, keep that still there, but change the name to make it more like a national organization. It means we're in all these countries and everything like that. So, and then one of the other things is we're going to look at our bylaws. We've just updated the bylaws, but it was looked at that maybe there are some things in the bylaws that could be taken out and put in a operational procedure manual or something like that, so that we can make changes without having to wait a full year and have it, first reading and then go to the convention before they're voted on. So we're going to be looking at that also. And the name change was read at the booster meeting, so that was the first reading. So come August in Halfway, Maryland, we'll vote on that at convention to make that official. And that'll be our name change. So, and our second vice president, he resigned from his position, Terry Jester from Delaware. He had health problems and family problems, so he resigned the position, and Todd Lease was appointed to fill out the term of Terry's term. So, and Todd's pretty well known. He's also assists Jack Selvin in our training programs. And Todd did work for the Pennsylvania Turnpike till last year.
Will Dave be here tomorrow? Do you know? Will
Mhm.
Dave Lewis be here tomorrow?
Dave Lewis?
Yeah.
No, I think Dave, I just seen email or Facebook. I think him and his wife were in New Hampshire or
Okay.
someplace.
I was just wondering about NBFC reports. I was skipping.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I get a lot of their stuff. You know, I still get it, but I'm not the director or anything, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
So I'm not sure there'll be one.
Okay. Thank you for doing Cumberland Valley. Okay, Ron's not here for fallen firefighters. Fire Rescue Memorial. I don't see Dennis or anybody that. Maryland Fire Chiefs. Eddie. On deck will be the finance team.
Good afternoon. Ed Wood sitting in for President lineup, Fire Chiefs. Couple items. First coming up is the golf tournament. That'll be held at the Oakmont Green Golf Course in Hampstead on Friday, the 12th of April. So all you golfers, head over there and make it a successful tournament. Following that will be the Maryland Fire Chiefs Association's annual membership meeting. That'll be held at the Kent Island Volunteer Fire Department, Saturday, April 27th. Starts at 10 a.m. We have election of officers, awards, including another very deserving group of folks coming to the Hall of Fame. And that'll be followed by lunch and a general business meeting. Last is the the Eastern Division of the International Association of Fire Chiefs. Their annual conference will be May 10th and 11th at the Hilton Doubletree Hotel in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. They've election officers for the coming year, awards, and the business meeting. It'll be on a two-day weekend meeting like this one. So, any questions?
Any questions from Maryland Fire Chiefs?
Thank you.
Thank you. Finance team. Okay, Mitch, you're on. I'll wave at you. I told you I'd wave at you.
Center spot. Yeah, I got the center spot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ron is not here this weekend. He had a medical issue with a family member, so he stayed back in Queen Anne's County. Treasurer's report, you should have received the profit and loss, the balance sheet, and the budget versus the actuals. I did notice where Ron did send it out to us, and it looked like it went to reports with the plural, which I found out early on sending reports. That's not the correct one, so I forwarded on to report at. So you should have received them, I hope, this time. Everybody get them? Okay, good. Any questions on those? Okay, he's also like to report the 1099s, the W-2Gs, which were for the raffles. They've all been mailed, they've all been filed, so they're completed. The tax return is in process with a financial review with Fike Connor and Associates down here in LaVale. All the new credit cards have been received and they have been issued. And the credit limit was raised to $75,000 on the total for the total account. He's working with the SAFER team to review all the current expenditures and to substantiate the remaining funds and develop a plan to dispose of those dollars that still remain. Bobby Aaron will need the reimbursement forms that we fill out for reimbursement for today's and tomorrow's meetings early tomorrow morning so she can get those into QuickBooks. Since Ron and Bob, neither one of them are here this weekend, Ron will be mailing the checks, this weekend's reimbursement checks. He will be mailing those out probably Monday or Tuesday. But Bobby will be entering them tomorrow morning here into QuickBooks. That way Ron can just hit the button and print. Any questions for that part? Okay, officers' reports. So now officially I go into my side of it with the financial secretary. For dues, I still have 6 member companies not paid their dues yet. They are all in PG County, and Lee is aware of it. He's been trying to work on it for me. Chillima Delphi, College Park, Oxon Hill, PG Marine Fire and Rescue, Riverdale, and Riverdale Heights. That's the 6 remaining. And Buddy, we still have Montgomery County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association. I've not got their payment either. I know you need to beat on somebody. I can tell that look. You've tried and you've tried. I can see it. You can only do so much. And that's where I stand with the financial report. And I'll turn it over to the budget chair.
I'm going to let the vice chair give
Okay, budget's going fine at this point. Made a few adjustments. We've been made aware of one request that will be coming at this meeting. The sound committee needs to replace a piece of equipment. It's estimated at $20,000. We do have 25. 20.
We're getting hand signals behind you.
25,000 is signaling. We do have state appropriation money that's available that we can use that to replace that piece of equipment. So,
is there any restrictions on state appropriation regarding bidding equipment at a certain price?
We would follow the normal state process. Anytime we're doing something like that, we follow the state process.
Okay, very good.
Yes. Yes.
To date, Steve's only received 2 committee budget requests for next year. I have budget forms with me. If committees want to get them. We're not mind readers. If you don't submit a budget and you don't get one next year, don't blame us. You need to tell us what you need in order to do your committee work. So it's the committee chairman's responsibility to submit a budget. Do you have anything else? That's all I have.
Okay, continuing on, we have the, I don't believe we have anything from the assistant treasurers. From the assistant financial secretary, Bobby Aaron is requesting for credit card receipts. For those who have credit cards, she needs the receipts monthly. They need to be reconciled with the monthly statement that we get from the bank so we can balance everything out. Also, the inventory is up to date, which is good news.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to hold that request for funding under an action item, or do you want to do it now?
Doesn't need it. Actually, you took action when I presented the budget back in June, that as long as things fell within the bottom line of the budget, we would make notification, but generally the treasurer and I worked that out. So it's within the bottom line and we have the money. Yes.
Okay, very good. Next.
Ways and Means. Ways and Means.
Ways and Means, yep.
Okay, Ways and Means report. So far this year's raffle, we have produced $11,645. Sounds like a lot, but we're $22.49 behind last year. And I went back the year before, and we are about $4,000 behind 2 years ago. We did have a weak Sunfest due to weather. We will be going to Springfest this year. That will be in Ocean City and at the Inlet from Thursday, May 2nd through Sunday, May the 5th. As I tell everyone, bring both sets of clothes. It could be 80 degrees, it could be 30 if the wind's off the water. So, right. And I can use help. We have a couple new people coming this year, which we're going to break them in. They're from Hartford County. They haven't been there before, so they volunteered to come down. And ticket-wise, you can even, for your tickets, I know it's going to be late to get them to the executive committee to bring to a meeting because we don't have any more meetings till the Ocean. So if you can either mail them to my address, which is in the book, or you can bring them to the Ocean. Obviously, we will gladly take them.
Okay, any other questions for any of the present members of the finance team before us? Hearing none, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Volunteer Company Assistance Fund, Joe?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Executive Committee. The VCAF Committee met on Sunday, March the 17th at Laurel and approved 3 loans. So the first one I'll call up will be Preston Volunteer Fire Company.
Representatives Preston, please come forward. Good afternoon and welcome to our meeting. Certainly glad to have you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And for the record, if you would both give your name and office held at Preston, it would be appreciated.
Ron Variance, Chairman of Ways and Means Committee. Preston Fire Company.
Andy Gary, President of Preston Volunteer Fire Company. Ronnie Ferens.
Thank you, gentlemen. Application number is 8283. Preston Volunteer Fire Company has requested a loan in the amount of $550,000 for a unit that they're purchasing. That was $994,716. They're putting up 55.29%, and their match was $44,716, and for a period of 5 years. They're purchasing a 2026 E1 1,500-gallon per minute pumper. Their payment options were annual, so the floor is open for any questions from the committee.
Questions for the committee or from the representatives from Preston? Hearing no questions, question on the floor. We have a motion from Representative Faust, seconded by Randy, to accept the request. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you so very much
Thank you, gentlemen, for
such a long ride for 5 minutes, but we appreciate you coming up.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We will.
The next application will be from the Lake Shore Volunteer Fire Company in Anne Arundel County.
Okay, if representatives from Lake Shore could please come forward. Good afternoon and welcome.
I'm Jerry White, President of Lake Shore Volunteer Fire Company.
Yeah. My name's Jesse Wright, Vice President of Lake Shore Volunteer Fire Company.
Very good. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, gentlemen. Application number 8284 was presented to the VCAF committee. They are asking for a loan in the amount of $701,219 for a unit that's cost is $936,219.80. This represents a 25% down payment, and they're asking for 75% of the total cost of the unit for a period of 18 years. Any questions from the committee?
Any questions for the committee or the representatives regarding this loan? Okay. Hearing none, entertain a motion. Ron?
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the application, approve the application from Lake Shore Volunteer Fire Department.
Motion, Mr. Block, second, Mr. Faust. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate you helping us out. Long ride for a little while.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, the third application today is from the Jarrettsville Volunteer Fire Company, application number 8285.
Chair recognizes a representative from Jarrettsville.
I think everybody knows.
Sorry, I'm back.
I think everybody knows Mitch, but anyway.
Yeah, Mitch Vogt, trustee at Jarrettsville.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, Jarrettsville is asking for a loan in the amount of $704,535, which represents 75% of the value of the project, which is $939,374. They're putting up $234,844. They are rehabbing, I guess the best word to use, their squad to a 2025 Spartan replacement chassis. The unit is currently 20 years old, has significant rust issues with the chassis. It's been basically put out of service because it's unsafe to run, and so they're asking for this loan with a 10-year payback period, 10 years annual payment. Any questions from the committee to Mitch?
Any questions for the committee or for the representatives? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the loan for Jarrettsville.
Chairman Steve Cox has made the motion, seconded by past President Steger. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries. The record shall show that the representative, Ben Kurtz, has abstained. Congratulations, Jarrettsville. Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, just an update. After this approval today, VCAF has an amount of about $4 million left in our available to lend. 4 million. That's where the bottom, and we have decided that we will hold $1 million in reserve just in case of a catastrophic incident at a fire company. We have to have something to help somebody out if an accident or something occurs. So lending purposes, you can say it's right around $3 million is what we have. Also, we have just opened the application period last Monday, April the 1st. The last day to approve a draft through us will be the 7th of July of 2024. And we'll have a in-person meeting hopefully on July the 28th at a place to be determined, so we can be at the next executive committee meeting when Skip takes over the weekend of the 17th and 18th of August. We may come down, depending on how many applicants we get, we may have to prioritize. And that'll be a hard decision for us to make, but we'll have to take different issues into consideration when that comes. Because as you realize, the price of apparatus today, $3 million isn't going to go very far. Yeah, I'm just not giving you good news, but it's going to be something we're going to have to do.
Joe, roughly the income return, is there any predicting that income return, how that's going to flow?
Annually, it's somewhere around 1.25 to 1.5 million a year, but some payments are annual, some are quarterly, some are semi-annual. There's a couple that are monthly, so it varies a whole lot. That's just the way it's been, at the request of the companies, it's the way it's set up. So, I wish I had better news, but that's where we stand right now. So, it's not going to be easy to prioritize.
Thank you and the committee for all the hard work you do. It's been it's a great
Any
opportunity for companies, and
Hopefully
do
we
what you
can,
got the money to do.
Any other questions for me?
Steve?
Hey, Joe, I got a question. Over the years, there's been discussion back and forth on whether the department requesting the loan has entered into the contract prior to or after they come to you. What was the final on that? I know at one time we were holding firm that they could not enter into the contract prior to, and I've seen some that they have entered. What's the committee, just so that everybody does the same thing?
Now, we would prefer, and I'll express this to Craig so we can put that out as an addendum to this, that the company should come to us first before they sign a contract. Because if they sign and for some reason it gets turned down, they're on the hook for that. The whole kit and caboodle. Or if it comes to this group and you turn it down, or the Board of Public Works, there's 3 strikes you could get. And I've never heard a Board of Public Works turn anybody down yet. But we would like to see them come to us before they sign. Don't say we signed a year and a half ago and we're coming for money now. That just doesn't cut it. So I'll relay that message to Craig, and we'll send an informative message out to all the committee chair or committee members, so they can tell all their clients, do not sign a contract until it's approved. I know sometimes that may mean a price increase, but we're going to have to live with that. Does
I
that
just
answer
want to
your
make sure
question?
we're consistent and that we're getting the message out so that the companies know and go. Thank you.
We will do that from here on out. We're going to have to. Any other questions, gentlemen?
Further questions for the committee? Again, thank you, Joe,
Thank you
and
very
for your
much.
hard work. Legislative.
I have no report. It died. I don't know what happened. It's dead, so.
House is out.
I know. Senate hadn't gone in yet. For the record, Bob Phillips, Chairman of the Legislative Committee, MSFA. To say that we've had a busy time would be an understatement. What I would just go over briefly is, since my computer doesn't want to work for me, I will tell you that some of the numbers that we had from this past year, I'm going to talk about participation. We had like 950 or 60 hours since we started session. Something on the order of 170 some what we call days. That's someone's come to the office and worked. So that's quite impressive. It's been an awful lot of work, an awful lot of effort put into it. Our legislation this year, we've done what I will term, we've done very well. Past 3 years have been miserable. No two ways about it. You work, you got nothing to show for your efforts. This year we've had many things. I'll start with the biggest part of it, the MSFA fund. We, the MSFA, were asked to take the lead on that. Immediately, our Vice Chair, Jim Malone, jumped on it. We found a delegate, Delegate Stein, who immediately put in a bill. This was back in January, asking for the amount of money we were told that the MSFA fund was going to need just to sustain itself. We had a bill within just a few days, so we did take the lead. Other bills came up. We worked with the senators and the delegates. We worked with our partners, and we were able to get something moving. I will talk about SB 1092. This would have been Senator Gazone's bill. He was the first bill that came out after Delegate Stein's bill, and his bill asked for a $23 addition to the existing $17 on the motor vehicle registration fee. And he had it broke down where originally there was like $5 that would go to, of the $40 now, $5, of the $23, $5 would go to the Physicians Trust Fund, $9 would go to the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Fund, and the remaining $9 went to the MSFA in general. That was the $23 in addition. That bill came out, Delegate Shetty's bill, House Bill 1439 came out. Delegate Shetty approached it from a different point of view, increasing motor vehicle violations, and the additional income from those would go to support the Physicians Fund, the trauma centers, the outlying trauma centers, the R. Adams Crowley, shock trauma. So these two bills were going to be merged into one bill to go forward. Then the next step that took place was it was suggested that these two bills, these two bills just stand still. They're going to try to do it through the House and the Senate through the BRFA, and up until just last week, that was an option. The Senate and House couldn't get together on it. They took that out, went back into the bills. The budget reconciliation was passed, and so now we're back dealing with these two bills again. As of right now, And again, my notes are in here. Senate Bill 1092 has passed second reader. It's got a third reader to go in the opposite house. Senate bill in the House now passes third reader. That bill will go on to the governor. House Bill 1439 has passed its second reader in the House. It's got to cross to the Senate. That will add to what the original bill does. We do have a bill that's going to sustain the MSOF. That's the important part here. And MSFA, along with the partners, we all put an awful lot of effort into that. We had 2 bills for the fire police lights. I believe that started with President Kurtz. Wasn't that your administration started that? We tried this. It just seemed for one reason or another it never grabbed traction. This year, Delegate Stein put in a bill and Senator Jason Gallion. Both of these bills have done very well. They've all crossed both sides. They're both going to the governor. So this year we will have a fire police light change. What this basically says, when the fire police arrive on location, they can use only red, they can use red and white, or red and green, so that we can get some contrasting colors out here. It is for safety. Awful lot of conversation on this, awful lot of questions from different people at different times. But this bill did grab some traction. We were able to get it through. And this is a win for the fire police and for the MSFA to champion this particular bill. I'm just trying to remember some off the top of my head. Those are the big 3 right there. We've had House Bill, well, I'll get to that one last. What was the Senate Bill 580? This was a bill that was put in by the Maryland Fallen Firefighters Foundation. In the past, if they sold merchandise, they had to collect and or pay the sales tax on this. Senate Bill 580 was put in so that, and it's as it reads, if they sell merchandise on the property of the memorial, sales tax doesn't have to be collected and or paid, as long as all the profits go to the maintenance of the memorial. So the way it's written, it can apply to a lot of different nonprofits, but specifically it does apply to the Maryland Fallen Firefighter Foundation. And here again, it saves them an awful lot of money that they weren't collecting but still had to pay.
Last year we paid $9,000 in sales tax.
So again, it's things like this. Are they huge magnitude things? No, they're really not. But they are accomplishments, and we were a big part of it. We, the MSFA. House Bill 404. I'll speak about that because sometimes accomplishments aren't what you get done, but it's what you stop from being done. In this particular case, House Bill 404 began life as a law enforcement bill. It had to do with wellness checks. The wellness check, what it basically came down to was just a couple items. Number one, if a law enforcement agency received a request for a wellness check, they had a duty to respond with undue delay in time. And if it was not in their jurisdiction, they had the responsibility to call whoever's jurisdiction this was in and let them know they had to do it. At the very last minute during the hearing on the House side, the bill was amended to include, by statement, fire, rescue, and emergency medical service entities. And we had the same responsibilities. If contacted, we had a duty to respond with undue delay. The bill was a law enforcement bill to the very last minute before crossover, was amended, went back to the floor, did a second and third reader and passed to the Senate before we even knew it existed. Within 1 week, it was brought to us. We started working on it. The Senate bill stayed as a law enforcement bill. We spoke with people on both sides. We had contact. We did get a response from the Delegate Woods, Prince George's County. She did respond back with some suggestions of how we can modify our actions to fit her bill. It was a safety issue, and we addressed it from both a contact point of view. How do you contact somebody? What's qualified for the contact? It was very nebulous. It wasn't even specified. Just said qualified contact, but not how that had to take place. We had 2 things that we put out One was the contact. What is the contact if it goes, and we use the, I'll use my company as an example. If someone called our company phone number, 410-228-1670, you're going to get an answering service. You're going to leave a message. It may or may not be answered in 3 hours or 3 days. Does that constitute that we failed our obligation? Nobody could answer that question. The second thing was safety. Fire, EMS, rescue are not trained, for the most part, in mental health issues, or are we equipped to handle those in more ways than one? We weren't getting a whole lot of traffic on the House side. We did get some traffic or some traction on the Senate side. When House Bill 404 got to the Senate side and had a hearing, a senator from out here, Mike McKay, questioned the bill, made some statements, made a motion that the bill should be amended. So it was back like Senate Bill 190, law enforcement only. So that is the type of thing that you didn't get a bill you wanted, but you stopped a bill you didn't want. That's what I was trying to get at here. It's still in transition. There's still a lot of back and forth between the House and the Senate. We're working on it as I speak to you today. The bill's going to come up again on Monday. And it went to conference. The House would not concur with the Senate. Senate would not concur with the House. They're butting heads over it. We're pretty, I'm not going to say exactly, but we're pretty sure that maybe this bill's going to die. And it'd be a good thing for the fire service. It's a bad bill for the fire service. With that being said, I would like to just say, just have one more thing here, and that is Annapolis is a busy place, and the people that go in there are busy pretty much from the day when they walk in, sit down, take a break for some lunch, and then work till you leave. This year we had 2 new members. One of them sits on the executive committee, Mr. Bill Faust over here. Also had a new member from Southern Maryland, Dale Bowen. These gentlemen came in 1 day a week and saw what it was to work in that office. The rest of my hardy crew, I want to say thank you to. Number 1, Harv Woods, sits on the committee here, represents MSFA as well as Maryland Fire Chiefs. And Harv is reading all the time. He catches a lot of things. After we're going out, before we get home, he's on the phone. Hey, did you see what happened here or there? Joel McCray, past president, big asset to our company. And he brings a wealth of knowledge about Annapolis and from the workings of the MSFA. My vice chairs, or I'm sorry, another executive committee member here, Randy Smith. Randy doesn't always be able to make it up there, not because he doesn't want to, but other things. He's taking care of his wife, and that's a wonderful thing. Never misses a meeting. He's always on the meetings, and he's there for input and support and everything else. Something comes up in Southern Maryland, he's all over it. We have 2 other members, don't come to the office that much, but when you call upon them, they're there to help us. One would be, and some of you might know the man from Anne Arundel County, Rook Rogers. He works with us. He's also with Maryland Fire Rescue Institute. And a wealth of knowledge. Just the other day, we were talking about getting hold of somebody. He had the contact information. So it's things like this. These people are constantly in there looking at things, checking things out, letting us know what's going on. And Mr. Steve Wantz. He was the president of MACO at one time, still very active with them. We've done more work with MACO, and we're looking to a brighter future with them. And he's been a great contact there. This is the everyday staff. I got 2 vice chairs that are just out of this world. Number 1, sitting right here, and I don't want her to talk anymore. Every time she gets talking in the office, she puts me to sleep. And understand, yeah, I'm telling you. If you sit next to this woman for 3 or 4 hours, yeah, that's what happens. This is it. She makes my point, just so you all understand. Thank you very much. I like that. Yeah. I'm gonna hang that up in the office. This will warn everybody when they walk, and it'll keep the mice away. But this will warn. Do not be. She on and on and on. Oh my God. So anyhow, but you know, the work that she does, it's just unbelievable. She comes in the office and it's a constant back and forth. Did you see this? Are you following up on that? And puts together the bulletin that everybody gets. And last but not least, but Jim Malone. Sick. He's in the hospital. And every morning he's calling in. Okay, what do we got going on? Who do I need to contact? What do we need to do? And then I'm on the phone with him. Okay, Jim, this is where we are on this right just this morning, back and forth. This is where we are. What's our next step? Who do we got to talk to? So the MSFA's got a great legislative committee. They got a very good core amount of people in there. They're dedicated to what's happening, and I think that you can see what happens when they all come together as a good team at the same time. And all I want to do is say thank you to them. Everybody talks up here, and I've heard it to other, and I want to thank Chief Phillips. Chief Phillips doesn't do anything. Chief Phillips is a card dealer. And I keep handing the cards out, and people take the cards and make better hands out of them. That's about all that amounts to. Just a coordinator. And you can see there, you know, I take a nap in the afternoon. But anyhow, thank you very much. You're a sweetie. I love you. You see, here's another case. Someone had to sit in the same room with the same woman for the same amount of time, and this is what happens.
It's for you, buddy.
So, I'm telling you. If you will notice, I have the better chair. Yeah, I've got the better chair there. So, anyhow, I'm not going to bore you anymore with that. We have had a successful year. I think that's everything I had on my notes. You're probably better off I didn't read all my notes. I had about 4 pages of them. But it has been a good year, and I will say thank you to the MSFA for allowing me to go down there and represent the fire service. And thank you to, I left off one group, a very important group, and that's the LA MSFA. I got 4 ladies that come in there on a regular basis, Marion Nicholson, Rosa Mayer, Barb McCrae, and Terry Hayton. These ladies are wonderful. They answer the phone, they go get the mail, they come back and file it. They just take care of everything. And then we had a 5th person come in this year, Joan Kramer. She stopped down and gave us a hand a couple of days. I did not know you have to have a driver's license or some sort of ID identification to get into a state building or any other government building. But anyhow, she learned. But she would come in, you know, when some of the ladies have to be out, she would come down and help us. So thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. So I don't want anybody to forget them. They do such a great job. And that does lead me to the last item. Monday is Sine Die. Sine Die is the longest day of the year for us. We start at 7 in the morning. We finish up sometime between 12 and 1 o'clock the next morning. From before they start to after they're done. There is food available. The ladies all come together and make food, bring it in sometime around noontime to about 3 or 4 o'clock. Both houses recess so people can get something to eat because they go back in until midnight. And they come out, and for the most part, the members of the General Assembly and their staff are out on State Circle. The doors are open. They come in, and we get to speak with the chiefs of staff. We get to speak with the members of the General Assembly in a more relaxed atmosphere. They've been going at it just like we have. It's a break. It's like, okay, whew. And we get to talk with them then. And you get a lot done. So all I've got to say here, and I want you all to take this away, is a thank you to all those people that do all the hard work and the dealer. I come in and deal the cards. That's what about I do. I open up and lock up too. They let me do that. But that will be my report, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you and the committee. Absolutely.
Bob, before you get up, I just want to echo what he said. This year, the legislative committee has really knocked it out of the park. And the men and women of this group and the things that you see here by Monday, that help benefit the fire service is tremendous. And most of the partners have left to head back home, but even the partners for MSFA work together to get some of this legislation approved. So I'm quite certain that MSFA will be pretty good for at least the next 8 years. I mean, there's not a inflationary marker in there, which we'd like to have seen, but we'll save that for another day. But for Bob and Teresa and all the other members of the legislative committee, it was very nice to be able to walk the halls of Annapolis and just on the street and have senators and delegates come up and say how well the legislative committee was doing and the hard work that they put in this session, and even from some of our partners. And it made me very proud to be a part of MSFA with that going on. So, Bob, I know Richard's looking down on you saying you did a hell of a job.
Yep.
And I have to say thank you very much. So I wanted to make sure that we got that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Chief Phillips or the Legislative Committee in Annapolis?
Mr. Chairman,
I do have one for the bond bills that we have in the back of the report. There are 19 currently. One is still dark. I cannot read that one. It's a small amount of loan, bond loan request. Everything else is blue, so you can actually read what they're looking for. And when I find them, I send them out respectively to some of the people that I know in the departments, because sometimes you don't see it once it goes blue. But we added that to the report this year as it went on. Usually at the very end, we would start adding them, but we thought it was important to add them in the beginning once we saw it. Currently, there are 462 bonds that they're actually addressing, so who knows what's going to happen. We've saw in the past where your department might say you wanted like $1.5 million. It was signed by one governor at 1.5, and then the next governor demoted it down substantially. So hopefully some of these bonds are very, very important for the integrity of the buildings and such. So we hope that they get passed. But other than that, it says the Senate's supposed to go in at 1:30, but they never go on time. And then the House has recess till 10:30 on Monday morning. So today we only had, 2 or 3 bills that we're actually following along. And then other than that, we've just followed what happened. So until we know what the Senate's doing this afternoon, there's nothing on the Senate side that we're worried about. That they have a very small calendar, so I don't even know why they're going back in. I'm not sure. Yeah, they could have, but yeah, so it'll be happening.
Mr. Belger, go ahead.
I've noticed throughout the session, looking at MACO's website and MACO's Facebook page, every time they give testimony, they put that out there. And I didn't know if it would be any benefit to the MSFA that during the weekly report and on the Facebook page that you would post that type of information. It would demonstrate to the folks what we're doing in Annapolis, and also the legislators would maybe see it. But again, it's just, in my opinion, to be a way to promote the activities of your committee more than what you're already doing. You're doing a great job. It's certainly, I'm not criticizing anything. It's just, I've noticed that MACO doing it, and I didn't know that you would consider and if think would be a good idea or not. But again, you were to testify, or Joel or Teresa or whoever on a particular bill, that information would be released through the weekly report and or Facebook, just saying that the MSFA testified in favor of this bill or against this bill, and real short, down and sweet type of thing. Again, it's just a way, I think, to promote the activities more to our membership and other folks of your committee.
That's a great idea. And yes, I read their reports, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Future truth, future truth. That's a good suggestion. Yes, we'll look at how we can get that done.
Good idea, Mark. Any other comments for the Legislative Committee? Okay. Thank you very much. Federal legislation, Bob?
Yeah, don't want to beat a dead horse, but my first item on my report is the OSHA thing. everybody's got to remember that this was a fire brigade regulation to start with. And the fire service, the EMS service, or rescue was not involved in that part of the ocean. And that goes back to 1980. I know Chip knows a lot about that. Chip and I have been talking, but on this year, they included, and they're changing that to include the emergency responders is what the title of the regulation is, and that'll include firefighters, emergency medical service providers, and technical search and rescue work. So that's how that got about. And what they're doing is incorporating all the NFPA standards, all of them, that affect the fire service, which we all know we can't or have trouble meeting it. And it's not because we're not for safety, but it's just the fact of funding and personnel to be able to do that. Because in there, it requires personnel to be able to cover some things that are there. You need an HR person, stuff like that. Now, how's a volunteer fire company like this little company right here going to find people to be able to do that? So that's what your OSHA, that's what this standard's all about. As of Wednesday, they extended the comment period to June the 24th, I think it was. So that helped us. That notice came out on Wednesday evening. So the deadline was May 6th, so we got that extended. The other big thing we need to keep harping on them to have a public hearing. Those were the two big things we asked for, was this extension on comments and to be able to have a public hearing on this change. And I know Chip can answer a lot more questions and handle this more than I have, but I've been trying to stay on it. And the big part of that regulation is 1910-156. There it is. That's the part everybody should be studying and looking at, because that's the part of it that really affects the fire service. And that has been in place for a long time. This isn't something new from 1910-56. For a lot of us, we've had to apply by that years ago, right, Chip? So that's part of my big thing. The other thing is, federal government finally decided to fund a budget for the rest of the year for the operations. But when they did that, they cut the AFG and SAFER program by 10%, which reduces the total amount of money for those two programs. So what we need to do now is get on our congressmen and our senators to restore that 10% back, or even try to increase that money, because every year that this program's been in effect, there's been more requests than there is funds to be able to fund it. And I know a lot of us have tried for grants and can't get them because we don't score high enough from our peer review and everything like that. But our big thing right now, we need to get on it and get them to, when they work through the budget, is increase that money. So I guess that's a request I'm putting out, that we do it here to be able to do that. And then the last thing that I really have on there is a fire training is back to safety, back to basics. Will be the safety stand down for this year, which is the week of June the 16th through the 22nd, same time we're in convention. So that's a safety stand down for this year. Any questions?
Any questions for Bob? Yeah, this actually started back with Rick Blair. The first OSHA attempt for the OSHA regulations started under Rick Blair, and I'm not even sure how I got involved in it, but somewhere along the line that we actually had OSHA up at Liberty Town showing what we do, how we do it. I mean, and that's 5, 6, 7 years ago, and they predicted it would be back. So, and it is with vengeance. Thank you, Bob. Any other questions? Yep. Randy? On State Circle, yeah, that was one since Frank's not here. Anything other than the building's still there and it was busy. Yep.
He did come in the beginning of the session and cleaned all the carpets and everything, so, yeah, that was fun.
He comes in, nobody else.
Yep. He keeps an eye on it. He does do that.
They took our parking lot, so.
Can I make one other statement? I was remiss in ending my report. I'd like to say thank you to the president and his office. The president's been very active down there on a regular basis. He was contemplating new ideas. And I'd also, along with the presidents, like to say thank you to our executive director. It was weekly. She was wanting to know, how do I help you? What else can you use? What else do you need? And things like that. So and I should not have, I apologize. I didn't bring that up earlier. But I was very remiss in thanking the president's office and the ED's office for everything they've done for us also. I just wanted to make that for the record. Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee? Okay. Mark, anything else on firewalls? Okay, thank the legislative branch. Looking at the training and safety branch, safety's already reported. Oops, I'm sorry, Bob, you had another one. That's right. I thought that was part of it. Go right ahead.
On the state report, the only thing really I have to add to the out-of-state report is Pennsylvania will have a conference, a two-day conference. It's going to be September the 13th and 14th. They're meeting next week. Their statewide committee's meeting next week, so I'll probably have more information about where it is and what all is going to happen at that report. They're meeting in New Cumberland next week on Saturday. So, other than that, and don't forget the CSFI dinner coming up the 27th, 28th, or 28th, 29th, one of those days. It's the last Monday and Tuesday of April. They change it. So, thank you very much.
Anything else?
Oh, I want to thank the president, if I don't get a chance before, for allowing me to be part of his committee for this year and working with me on those two. Thank you.
While you're there, Bob, we're getting into the training and safety. Anything on MIFRE-TEC? Are you still represented there, or?
I'm not on there. I haven't been on there since probably almost a year now, Chip. They didn't replace me. But here's the gentleman that is that probably can't answer.
Yeah, I know he was. He's still back on?
I don't have a report on that. I have the high school. Yeah. Ready for it? Okay. Report was filed electronically, and I have written copies over there. Very briefly, programs are currently underway if they have a program, and most of the counties are recruiting for next year's program now, and we're trying to get an update on these. So again, we respectfully request that the executive committee provide one, if they have a program, and two, a contact force. We're working on that from 3 or 4 different angles and being a little frustrated. We're also monitoring what MIFRE is doing and how they may impact the high school program. So we appreciate feedback on that also. And if any of you all need assistance on a high school program, my email's in the report. Please give us a shout. My wife and I are pretty much the committee, so let us know, and we'd be happy to help any way we can. And that's the report. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Any question on high school tech programs? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are you on MIFRE-TEC? Are you on the board?
I'm on the board, but I don't have a report.
Okay. Yeah.
I have to check on that.
Okay, yeah.
If I am a representative, I'll have a report.
There's no organizational representative.
Okay, that answers that.
Do we have a seat that we need to fill? That's the question. We do have a seat we need to fill.
There's so many volunteers, so many career, so many instructors.
Is there a specific seat for Maryland State Firemen Association?
I don't think so, but this organization over the years
Okay, we'll discuss it with the president and get it hopefully resolved. Thank you, Bob. Okay, Gary's not here for our training committee. Anybody have a report for the actual training committee? Very good. Pro board. Pro board report. Already got safety. Rural water supply. Steve? And after that, standards. If Ken's still here. Yep, there's Ken. Very good.
Good afternoon. My report was filed electronically. It's pretty short this time, unfortunately. Our drill at Queenstown on March 23rd had to be canceled due to weather, and due to the location, we cannot reschedule that until March of 2025. Actively searching for host companies within the state. If anybody wants to host a drill, please let us know. We have 2 Delaware companies that want to have some training and drill with us, and we are working to get those scheduled, and they will be open to Maryland companies, obviously. And we have some additional proposed updates that we're going to submit to the Standards Committee very shortly here in the near future. Other than that, that's all I have unless there's questions.
Any questions for Steve? Very good. Thanks, Steve. Ken, standards? And on deck, Resource Management Branch.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick report from the Standards Committee. We did participate with some background information requested by the fire police and got that information, I think, back to them as they requested, so that's all been worked out. The NFPA meeting will be held in June, actually the same week as the convention in Florida, so we'll be watching very closely any of the standards that are updated. At that particular meeting, the tech session is on Thursday of that week, so we'll take a look at the standards that are passed as a part of that meeting and bring everybody up to date as to whether we feel there's any changes necessary to be brought to this organization. And we look forward to working with the Rural Water Supply Committee to get our standards updated there as they need be. So that's our report at this point.
Any questions for Ken? Okay, thank you. Anybody from Resource Management? Nope. Randy, can we do convention today, or we need some more people here? Because Ron's not going to be here, right? And Bobby's not going to be here. Okay, let's go with convention today. Get her done.
Drag her over. Excuse me. You want to go first? No. I didn't think so.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's your committee. You have nothing before you. Okay, never mind.
The committee's been working hard to prepare for this year's convention. I know they had a walkthrough was last week. We had another walkthrough last week. Hearing the changes and everything like that. Preparing up, and we got a meeting next month, 22nd. 23rd. The committee has been working hard to prepare for the 2024 convention. The committee has had a walkthrough at the convention center last week. Our next convention meeting is the 23rd in Odenton. Any and everybody's welcome to come. There's always stuff to do, so you can pitch in, get with Kate, and then see what's needed to make this year's convention successful.
Okay, so this is Ron's report that we sent over. So Lynn and I added our pieces, and I spoke to Ken Bush earlier. The website enhancements continue for the convention activities. All the information is posted. We will continue to update as needed. The events are posted, the schedule, the program, seminar schedule, everything is up and running. The skills refresher, that will be Saturday and Sunday this year. We're not going to try to do Sunday, Monday. We figure for the people that are coming in just for the refresher, it'll be easier for them to do it on a weekend. So that will be registerable through the MIFRE website, as including the PDIs. So look for those on the MIFRE website. The exhibit packages are out. Registration has begun. AB Hall is full already, which is nice since we're just about into April. So now we're moving into starting to fill in C Hall. The exhibit hours have changed just slightly. On Monday, it will be 9 to 3 instead of 9 to 4. And then on Tuesday, it will be 9 to 2 instead of 9 to 3. So that will allow the vendors to leave an hour earlier on Tuesday. We did offer, we worked with a couple of the hotel lines in Ocean City to offer vendor discounts for some hotels. So they've all been distributed to the vendors for them to take part in those discounts. Because that was one of the big pieces last year, was the increased, especially the Saturday night rates for the hotels. The program presentations, Ken has completed those. We will not have a program on Wednesday. As far as a main program presentation, we will have the meetings and such on Wednesday, but no main program presentation. Let's see. The caucus meeting rooms would follow last year's schedule. If there's any changes, Bill Hildebrand will get those updated. Jolly Roger and the Inlet Boardwalk are all scheduled. The parking trailers, as always, they will need permits. So anything that you need will go through Roger, and we'll. Roger, is anything different this year for the permits? Okay. Okay. The banquet committee is meeting this Tuesday in Annapolis. It will be at the Naval Academy Ballroom again, the Saturday night before the memorial on June 2nd. Excuse me. So look for information on that coming from the Secretary's office shortly. The host hotel, again, this year will be the Grand. All convention book reports from the committee members and officers are due by April 15th. Ginny would like to have them in hand and ready to go, so when they put the book together the first week of May, that she has everything that she needs. So please send that to her. Her email is in the weekly report if you need it. We're always looking for sponsorships for convention. We have a new digital package this year. The convention center purchased these kiosks. 2 of them are double-sided, 3 of them are single-sided, but they will be strategically placed around the convention center. Vendors and sponsors will be able to put their logos up and a small message that will run throughout the entire convention. So we're excited to offer that this year. Plus the monitors, the TV monitors around the convention center will be also used for sponsorships and vendors to be able to put their messages. We'll work with the marketing coordinator, Stephen and I, and whoever else will get input on making a couple of short little videos to put up for the MSFA as well. I know Stephen's been busy getting a lot of content and videos, so I'm sure we'll be able to put something together to put up on the digital monitors as well for us, not just for our vendors. As Randy stated, the first site visit was held 2 weeks ago, March 26th, and our our convention committee will meet April 23rd. Is there anyone else here with co-chairs? Mitch, do you have anything for finance for convention? Good. Ben, the program, nothing else? Yeah. And exhibits are just moving along, so just please, if you have a vendor or if you have people within your departments, or if your departments need a program book ad, please make sure that they're getting them in soon. And credentials, of course. Okay, that's all we have.
Very good. Thank you for the hard work. Anything else for the convention committee or any of the subcommittees? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You get to come back tomorrow morning, Lynn, and do it all over if you want. Okay, we'll get a little more in today. Awards branch. Lee and past President Cox.
Good afternoon. I do not have a written report. However, at the present time, the nominations for the different awards are starting to come in, and within the next 15 days is when majority of the award nominations will be submitted. The committees will meet on the awards or on the nominations, make the selections, and be ready for Ocean City. If anyone has and I got to get with the individuals, the large leg trophies, I need to pick those up. I have 2 of them so far, fire prevention, training, the Zembar Training Award, and a couple others, so we need to get those in, and we'll go from there.
What's the cutoff for submission?
I'm sorry?
What's the cutoff for submissions?
It depends on the award. It's all listed in. Some of them are on April 15th, some May. Yeah, but go to your convention packet and the awards are in there. I'm sorry. Yes, it's on the website. Then, or you can go to each individual award and it has it in there, who the award nominations go to and the dates. Questions?
Any other awards, any other subcommittees? You pretty much cover them all. You got them all.
Yeah, it's all, yes.
Any other questions for awards? Very good. Thank you, Doyle. Information technology. You guys still around? Okay. Anything else you need to talk about?
Mr.
Kate,
Chairman.
Sorry. Stand by.
I did forget to mention that the OC Fools this year will not be doing hands-on training at convention. Logistically, it doesn't make sense for them to come. Last 2 years, they've had some pretty low numbers. So what they're looking at is working with Bill Faust to do a off-site later on in the year, sometime in October, hands-on weekend that the Fools will provide. It'll still be tied to convention. It's just not going to be during convention week.
I'm sorry. Ron, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I spoke with Chris earlier about the equipment. I want to let you know that all the new equipment is now being used, the new audiovisual equipment, and they are looking for, hold on a second, it's a technical term. Last piece is a new TriCaster, which will have Zoom capability built into it. It's the last piece they want to buy. And then we need to get with the budget committee to discuss disposal of the old equipment. Did we get that right?
Is that what we were talking about earlier? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that price is including trade-in of the old one.
Okay.
So it'll be trading the old one in. And I guess while I'm here, I just need to know, I told you all that all the microphones are new. What do you want me to do with the old ones? I've had interest expressed from a volunteer fire company about using them in their own firehouse. I've talked to the president about possibly selling them, but it's up to you guys.
What's the normal disposal policy of our organization, Steve? Do we take low bid, put it out for bid roughly, so we get any bids? Or how do we do it?
I know for vehicles, we put it out for bid and give a deadline. We open the bid and then present it to the executive committee for final approval.
This is a couple $100.
Yeah, but actually, for what he's going to get out of that, we're looking the difference between a vehicle that would hopefully bring more money than the microphones that he's talking about. I would make a motion that we trade in the other piece of equipment, which is what we talked about before. The money's there, so that we authorize them to trade it in and to sell the microphones to the fire company.
Okay, there's a motion, second by Tim. Any other question? President Steger.
Do you know approximately what those microphones are worth?
Well, the issue being is that that old system was in the 500 to 600 megahertz band, which apparently a couple years ago was released to public safety. So there's a lot of places that won't even touch them. So if I had to guess at the value of the whole system, maybe $1,000 for the entire thing. Yeah, one of the guys that comes from the State Fire Marshal's office, Carl Whitmer. I don't remember the name of the company that he belongs to, but he has expressed an interest that he could use a couple sets at his firehouse.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor first. Okay, we have a motion to trade it in and to...
Yeah, that's the TriCap. Yeah.
As a trade-in, okay. Are the mics you're talking about?
My motion was it was for both items, to go ahead and trade in the
TriCaster.
Okay, TriCaster, as well as sell the microphones.
Sell the microphone. Okay, we need to make sure we sell the microphone. Okay, the second version of that is correct. Or Tim? Tim, you're okay with that, right? Okay. Is there any other questions? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Take care of it, Chris.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's the time we got here. Keep moving right along. Lee, can we go ahead and do bylaws today? Let's do that. Lee, I don't know. Yeah, let's get bylaws knocked off.
Good afternoon. I did submit this report electronically. I'll go over it a little bit with you. The first change is the name change. It currently reads, the name of the association shall be the Maryland State Firemen's Association. MSFA shall be used to represent the name of the association when used subsequent to this section in the Constitution and bylaws. If this change passes, the new section will read, Article 1, name and membership. The name of this association shall be the Maryland State Firefighters Association. The MSFA shall be used to represent the name of the association when used subsequent to this section and all other sections of the Constitution, bylaws, and SOPs. And as you can see down at the bottom, I went through and found, I believe I found all of where it's noted in the Constitution. I won't say 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's all the sections. And I included the SOPs, which weren't included before because they do carry our name in. So that's the first one. And this was also I wrote this because in let me think here, Article 7, Section 1, the Executive Committee has the authority to do this, and that's what I wrote this up under. So the second one is an addition we received maybe a month or so ago from the Snow Hill Volunteer Fire Company. This is an addition to Article 6, Section 1. And it currently reads, there's a lot of this, so bear with me. Unless you don't want me to read it, I'll go ahead and read it. It's an addition on to the end of this. All elected officers of the association shall be from the active membership of their active member companies in good standing and shall consist of a president, first vice president, second vice president, recording secretary, financial secretary, treasurer, chief chaplain, and board of 5 trustees. President, first vice president, second vice president, recording secretary, chief chaplain shall hold their offices for 1 year or until their successors are elected.
One trustee shall be elected each year for a term of 5 years to fill the vacancy in the Board of Trustees occasioned by the expiration of the term of one of the trustees. The secretary, financial secretary, and treasurer shall hold offices for a term of 3 years or until their successor has been elected. The secretary, treasurer, financial secretary shall be elected in alternate years so that the terms of offices do not end in the same year. The initial transition to alternating years will result in the secretary being elected for a 2-year term, June 2020 convention and conference, the financial secretary being elected for a 3-year term at the June 2020 convention and conference, and the treasurer being elected for a 3-year term at the June 2021 convention and conference. Now, if this addition passes, this paragraph will be added to the end of that. And it says, no one having been convicted of or received probation before judgment for any felony or violation of the Maryland Criminal Law, Article 7, theft and related crimes, that was Title 7, excuse me, Title 8, fraud and related crimes, or Title 9, crimes against public administration, or any analogous law to any other state or analogous federal statute shall be eligible to serve as an elected officer, appointed officer, or committee member. This provision shall not apply to any person who has been fully pardoned by the executive authority of the jurisdiction in which that person was convicted. So this will be a change, and this was submitted by the Snow Hill Volunteer Fire Company. So that's what we have. This will, I feel, will sort of cover us on some problems that we have had in the recent past anyway, and I think you all know which problems I'm talking about. So other than that, there's been no other action. Are there any questions? Randy?
So these are two different things?
Two different. One is the name change, and the next one is the addition to Article 6, Section 1. That's the officers, where it describes officers, and then we add that paragraph to the end, which is, I believe, is very, very dire need to have that added to the Constitution. Anything
Mr.
else?
Kurtz.
Ron, just a question. Do you feel comfortable with that paragraph? I know that you have worked on, a similar, but I just wanted your input.
Can I get back to you on that? I want to read this tonight again, and I'll have an answer tomorrow. Would that be okay? Thank you for the opportunity.
By the way, the author of that was our attorney.
I couldn't imagine that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I could never have written something like that. I'll be honest with you. But yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions for the Constitution and Bylaws, Chairman?
No, this is on the ballot.
So at this point in time, those two will be formally on the ballot, and we are closed from accepting, correct? Yep.
Yeah, those are the only two. The time passed, we had to have it submitted to the Constitution and Bylaws Committee 90 days out from the convention, and that was, I believe, the 22nd of March or something like that.
It was in March, yeah.
So, yeah.
Right. It's done.
And really, it can't be changed because this is how they submitted it.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Who had a question?
All right.
I got a green light. I'm not colorblind. Okay, I got her. The proposal number 1 you had, that is for the name change, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a name change.
Well, if you do the name change, then all that other gets affected at the same time.
Yeah, everything, all of those sections is what will change.
Gotcha,
I
thank
just
you.
added them so everybody would understand where throughout the document they are.
Yes, thank you.
Well, while the president's figuring out the microphone over there, I have read this and I'm fine with it. President Kurtz, Mr. Chairman, President, yeah, good to go. Thank you.
There we go. You're killing me, Smalls. The last one that you read about the officers.
Yeah.
Who's the responsible party for looking into the backgrounds of the individuals that are running for office? So who is looking into the background? Where does that go? So I'm okay with the paragraph, but it doesn't specify who is going to do the background checks to go along with that. Who's responsible?
There is nothing on that they submitted on that.
I mean, I know why we're doing it, and I am in agreement of that, but I think beyond that, if it gets passed, then that's something that the executive board needs to figure out between either the executive board or the executive director, and I don't want to put that on her plate, that might be a subcommittee that we may have to create going forward, that when someone wants to either sit on the executive board or be an officer, that a subgroup will have to do that background information, because otherwise it's very analogous of, I mean, I know where we want to go, but we need to have some specifics in who's going to actually do the research.
Yeah, I think initially when this all came up, we were talking about doing like a application to run process, and you actually stated, have you with a check, and then would follow up with it from there. But yeah,
Well,
we still have,
I got that.
we have to
I'm
get
okay
a
with
procedure
that.
to do
You
it
know,
after
you-
that,
you know,
correct?
you make your initial submittal on paperwork and say, yep, you know, just like an application, I get that. So
We'll
you're
need
applying
election
for the
committee.
position, but then once you apply for the position, where does it go from there and who's looking into it? And we need to define that. So that's something that you probably need to discuss in case this gets passed. I would do that on the front end before that probably gets passed.
That'd be a good job for a retired trooper.
Well, wait a minute, let me look around, let me see that. I'm going back to work now.
Yeah, and this would not, if it passes, it won't take effect until next year, so, Mr. Chairman, Mr. First Vice President, that'll be a responsibility.
Well, it will be, because, you know, it won't happen
Yeah.
this year. But
Do we have to have standing to request that?
That wouldn't be a standing committee, that'd be a presidential committee. Right? It's not a standing committee, so it's a discretionary committee of the president, so, yeah.
Well,
Mr. Kurtz.
I think it'd be a retired fire marshal, so he's trying to hide, so, see? You know, I didn't forget that one there, buddy. Oh, well,
Mr. Chairman, in
I like to
addition,
share the wealth.
Go ahead, Mr. President. In addition to what Eric stated in his last paragraph, going back to the very first amendment, if that's approved, of who's going to verify if that member who's running for office is on the active roll of that particular company or department. So that's an additional thing that either a special committee or something has to see the validity of that candidate. Thank you.
Good proposal, but it'll need some logistics behind the scenes to make it work. And after, and I'm sure President Kerry will be able to handle that. Okay, any other comments? So we have two proposals that'll be on the ballot. Any other questions on the proposals or for the bylaws committee? Lee, thank you for your work on this. Okay, Grants Committee, Dave's not here. Sergeant at Arms, Laura?
I just want to thank everybody for trying to be quiet, but you know, when you try to talk and then all this noise goes around, but that's all right. We made it and everything will be all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, Steve, we did not have a strategic planning committee meeting. We're going to have one eventually, or do you have other report?
I do want to make a comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Strategic Planning Committee had scheduled to meet on March 26th. Due to the collapse of the Key Bridge, we made the decision not to meet, and that decision was based on several things. Number one, the bridge collapse and everything that was happening throughout the state, and that it could possibly impact a number of our people that would be involved in the strategic planning. And it was also made on the assumption and the workings of the groups. A couple of things that the Strategic Planning Committee looks at is the financial team and making sure that all our finances are in order and planning for the future, what we're going to be doing with our money, things like that. And that team is functioning very, very well. The recruitment retention under the SAFER grant and the administration of the SAFER grant by the executive director, those functions are all running well. The legislative and what happens in Annapolis, we look at that, and the determination was that we would have a meeting between now and convention and have a final report for your Sunday morning meeting, the executive committee meeting, where we could get the groups together and have a little bit of time to really plan out and give some direction or provide direction for the incoming administration. And it would certainly be easier on the legislative committee because they're up to their elbows right now and all. So that was the determination. That's why we did it. I wanted that to be on record, that it wasn't that we have any issues, because we don't see any issues. We just want to make sure that we're on firm ground and that we have the plan for the future.
Thank you, Steve. Roger, anything on past presidents?
Past presidents is we're working on a boat luncheon cruise with Suicide Bridge Restaurant on Thursday, May the 9th. And the past presidents of both the men and the ladies auxiliary, along with the executive committee and the current officers, elected officers of both organizations, have been invited, and the executive committee has been invited. Just let me know if you can attend or can't attend. We have a minimum of 60 people. Right now we're at 22. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
For the past president's luncheon, the shock trauma was, again this year, a sponsor of it. So just want to make sure, did you receive that? Because we did receive the check and it's been distributed to finance.
Yes, that's for the one during the convention.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah, that'll
Okay.
be coming out to the past presidents for that invitation here before long too. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Kate.
Okay, and to finish up this particular branch for risk management, the OSHA issue has really been the focus of the risk management. So other than that, a few issues on the insurance, work with the President's Car Committee, and other than that, no other report from the Risk Management Committee. Is there anybody else that absolutely positively has to report today? I'd like to save a few for tomorrow. We're making pretty good progress. Okay, hearing none, anything from the Executive Committee that needs to be brought up today? Okay, Mr. President, turn it over to you.
Really don't have a whole lot. I think we've had a good meeting today, and a lot of good discussion. Got a little bit of work yet to do, and I certainly appreciate everybody's traveling out here today to be with us, and hoping that you will come back in tomorrow and enjoy the lovely weather outside. But no, it's been a good good meeting here today, so I'll leave it go with that, Mr. Chairman, so thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can leave everything where you're at. They're gonna make sure that the doors are locked up, so if you wanna leave your computers and stuff.
Okay, one of the chaplains want to close us in prayer, start us this way. Please rise.
Okay, it's on. Let us stand as we're able for prayer, please. Let us pray. Our Lord and our God, we thank you for your mercy and your grace. We thank you for the business that's been discussed today. Father, help us to take that information and digest it and process it and move forward. We ask that you would watch over our going out and our coming in and bless us with a night of refreshment, or a night of fellowship and friendship, and as we go. Grant us a night of rest and peaceful sleep. Raise us in the morning to your glory. Father, we thank you for all things. Amen.
I think if folks want to go to dinner, we got some folks that are going to the hen house at 5 o'clock if you're interested. So 5 o'clock, we got room for like 15 at the hen house.